executed 9 Ogoni activists who were brutally executed by the military government rather than offering posthumous pardons. The Amnesty International, in commemoration of the execution of environmental activist Ken Saro-Wiwa and other Ogoni 8, said the pardon granted falls short of the justice the Ogoni 9 and their families deserve. The country director of Amnesty International, Issa Sanusi, said the activists were brutally executed in 1995 by a regime seeking to conceal the crimes of Shell and other oil companies which have devastated the lives and livelihoods of tens of thousands of people in the Niger Delta through oil spills and leaks. Sanusi, during an event in Port Harcourt marking 30 years since the brutal execution of the Ogoni 9, claimed the executions were the culmination of a brutal campaign by Nigeria's military government to silence the protest of the movement for the survival of Ogoni people, MOSOP, led by Ken Saro-Wiwa, which campaigned against oil pollution and gas flaring in the region.
In June 2025, the Nigerian government pardoned the Ogoni 9. While Amnesty International welcomed the news, but it fell short of justice to the Ogoni 9 and their families. The Ogoni 9, led by Nigeria's leading author and campaigner Ken Saro-Wiwa, were brutally executed in November 1995 by the regime that wanted to hide the crimes of Shell and other oil companies. The companies were destroying and continue to destroy the lives and livelihood of tens of thousands of people across the Niger Delta as a result of their devastating oil spills and leaks. While their pardon was a step forward, the Ogoni 9 deserve full exoneration.
The country director of the Amnesty International further called on Shell to engage in meaningful consultations with affected communities regarding its plans for disengagement. He emphasized that irrespective of any divestment, Shell must present a comprehensive remediation plan detailing both completed and ongoing cleanup efforts across its areas of operation, as well as adequate compensation for the severe and sustained harm caused to Niger Delta communities.
The oil spills have caused permanent damage to farmlands, waterways, and drinking water, affecting people's health and living communities unable to farm or fish. The execution of these activists has given the Nigerian government and oil companies, including Shell, license to crack down on protests and intimidate people of Niger Delta who have been demanding justice and an end to their toxic pollution. This year saw them take Shell to the UK's Royal High Courts of Justice to demand the oil giant clean up the oil spills that have wrecked their livelihood, health, and caused widespread devastation to the local environment.
Today FM Suchenda Joan reports that earlier, members of Amnesty International, led by the country director, staged a walk within Isaac Borough Park in Mile 1, Port Harcourt, carrying placards with various inscriptions to commemorate Ken Saro-Wiwa and the other Ogoni 8s. The Rivers State Police Command has begun investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of a male client who reportedly visited a popular brothel along Azikiwe Street, Mile 2, Diobo, Port Harcourt. Sources in the area told Today FM that the deceased had an argument and a scuffle with another man inside the brothel on Sunday night shortly before he died. While the actual cause of death is yet to be established, another eyewitness said the client collapsed inside the brothel and was later confirmed dead at the hospital. When contacted, the public relations officer of the Rivers State Police Command, SP Grace Iringa Koko, confirmed that the police have received a report on the incident. She said one suspect has been arrested for questioning, adding that the case has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation and Intelligence Department, Port Harcourt, for a discreet investigation. Property owners along Cinnamon and Iruku Drive within Cedarwood Estate in Rumaholu community, Obiakpa local government area of River State, have expressed concern after Stephen Nyagwa allegedly made good his threats to demolish properties in the area. Today FM correspondent who visited the scene reports that fences around some empty landed properties were pulled down, while some lands were dug up for resealing and fencing, actions eyewitnesses and landlords attributed to Nyagwa and his team. Two affected landlords, Wisdom Tambari and Ifeanyi Nwachukwu, narrated how Nyagwa through his legal representative, had earlier marked some properties for demolition, saying they were surprised he finally carried out the threat. They also questioned the involvement of police officers, alleging they were being used to intimidate property owners and likened Nyagwa's actions to that of land grabbers, calling for urgent government intervention.
Came here and we have been already laid this fence or put gates. He now come and order the police and the boys to push down this fence. He stand here and say, let them push the fence down.
One man they called on call, named Stephen Nyegwa, just woke up one morning like that and start marking our plots, empty plots and the built up area marked for demolition. Without a court order, they have dug foundation, trying to allocate the land to another person, trying to sell the land we bought several years ago, and threatening to demolish other ones also. And I find out that all this he comes to do, he comes with the police. Before we have called the Inspector General of Police, the River State Police Commissioner. Please, they should intervene in all this case before it gets out of hand. He can't be coming here with the police to threaten all of us, trying to grab our land.
Another landlord, Manubuchi Choma, said residents had suffered in the hands of Stephen Nyagwa over the past month, especially with the recent marking and demolition of their properties. He called on the Inspector General of Police, the Rivers State Commissioner of Police, and the Obiakpa local government chairman to intervene urgently.
This issue started by one Stephen Nyegwa. He came here with talks marking on our wall for demolition by court order. If there's any court order from any court, I think those orders should be presented. So we're using this medium to call on the Inspector General of Police, the Commissioner of Police, the Obiakpa local government chairman, and the committee he has set up against land grabbing, that they should come and intervene in what is happening in this estate. It is getting out of hand. We are law-abiding citizens. We don't want to take the law into our hands.
Reacting to the allegations, Stephen Nyagwa admitted authorizing the demolition, saying it was part of efforts to reclaim his family's land, which he claimed was illegally sold amid an ongoing legal dispute between his late father and one Bartholomew Egonu. Nyagwa called on the Nigerian police, state security services, and other security agencies to invite all parties for proper investigation to determine the rightful owner of the land.
The land in question which they said that I fought a fence. It was the land in question which would that the judgment of Court of Appeal. I went there to dug the remaining 2%, where Apostle have covered 98%. The remaining 2%, the vacant land. I went there to dug it digging to hold that one, but I was surprised. They went there and erased a fence after I must have done a digging. That was why my family went there and pushed it down. And when you want to establish financial damage, you establish the ownership. I did not deny. It was my younger cousin sent them to bring it down. And anything that they do in the vacant land, I'm bringing it down. Let the law and let the general public should ask a question that does any man has right to give out a land that is under litigation. If I cannot prove that the land belongs to Aka, then the law should take its place.
The chairman of the Community Development Committee, CDC, in Omo Ihioechi Alu, Ikwere local government area, River State, Azubuike Justin, has announced that criminal elements disturbing the community have been driven out. Speaking to Today FM's Magnus Wawa, Justin said the CDC, in collaboration with the youth body, has been working tirelessly to ensure a sustainable, peaceful environment where development can thrive across the community. He stressed that the primary role of the CDC in any community is to complement the efforts of traditional chiefs in promoting peace and local development.
Function of the CDC chairman is to bring development, see how to bring in people for development of the community. If there is any inch of any issue in the community, you intervene to make sure that the whole area will be in peace. Even in the community, you make sure that there won't be some reports of criminalities in the area. To what has been playing within the globe or even in the states, my community has been a peaceful community, and with the action of both the CDC and the youth leader, including the CDC members, the criminalities in this environment has finally been flushed.
The chairman of the Science Teachers Association of Nigeria, STAN, Rivers State Chapter, Peters Nwago, has stressed the importance of science as a catalyst for global peace and development. Nwago, who spoke with Today FM's Magnus Wawa on the sidelines of this year's World Science Day, said government and relevant agencies must take deliberate steps to realize this vision through effective policy frameworks, capacity building, adequate funding of research, and conferences. He noted that science does not only transform society but also plays a vital role in addressing challenges in climate change, energy, and the health sector.
Government has a crucial role to play in promoting science for sustainability through funding and prioritization, through policy framework, through infrastructural, through capacity building. And again, it is well known that science helps in positively transforming the society by looking at the area of climate change, looking at the area of health, looking at the area of energy. And so we say that by enabling trust and driving transformation and planning for tomorrow, science becomes a catalyst that turns global challenges into opportunities for peace.
The stand boss further observed that scientific knowledge and skills should be encouraged from primary and secondary school levels, stressing the need to build and equip functional laboratories that will help groom young scientists capable of driving the nation's industrialization agenda.
The theme for this year calls on us to rebuild trust in science by being transparent and accountable. It urges a transformation of how we produce and apply knowledge, and that is why every facet of the society should be able to include the scientific culture. What does that mean? If you go to schools around River State, majority of the schools don't have what we call laboratory. If government should support, non-governmental agencies should support the building of laboratories in school, that will encourage the study of science. It will encourage the children in carrying out practical activities.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has declared former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timothy Silva, wanted over an alleged case of conspiracy and dishonest conversion of $14,859,257. In a public notice, the Commission spokesman, Dele Oyewale, said the funds were provided by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board for Atlantic International Refinery and Petrochemical. According to the notice, the development is pursuant to a November 6, 2025 warrant of the Lagos State High Court. It also urged anyone with useful information as to his whereabouts to contact the Commission in its Ibadan, Uyo, Sokoto, Maiduguri, Benin, Makurdi, Kaduna, Ilorin, Enugu, Kano, Lagos, Gombe, Port Harcourt, or Abuja offices, or the nearest police station and other security agencies. The Oyo State High Court in Ibadan has adjourned again the hearing of a case challenging the People's Democratic Party's planned national convention under tight security that barred journalists from covering the proceedings. Justice Ladiran Akintola rescheduled the hearing of the motion and notice filed by Folahan Adelabi against the PDP, its acting national chairman Umaru Damagum, and others to Wednesday, November 12, 2025. Last week, the court had allowed the PDP to proceed with the convention while fixing Monday for the substantive hearing. But after hearing submissions from both sides earlier today, Justice Akintola urged parties to file and exchange their processes before the matter could be fully heard, prompting the adjournment. The claimant is seeking an order restraining the defendants, including the governor of Adamawa State, Amadou Fintri, and INEC, from taking any action that could frustrate or truncate the party's convention. Earlier, the court had directed the PDP leadership to adhere strictly to its own guidelines, timetable, and schedule for the convention. Meanwhile, journalists were denied entry into the courtroom, with security operatives stationed at key points, fueling speculation over the tense nature of the case. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, says electricity distribution companies, DISCOs, metered no fewer than 70,888 new electricity customers in August 2025. This is made known in the Commission's metering fact sheet for July and August 2025, released on its website today. According to the fact sheet, 70,888 customers were metered in August, compared to 76,783 in July, reflecting ongoing metering effort across the Nigerian electricity supply industry, NESI. According to the fact sheet, a total number of active customers across All discos increased from 11.89 million in July to 11.96 million in August 2025. It said these figures highlighted gradual progress in closing Nigeria's metering gap and improving transparency and billing accuracy for electricity consumers. On the foreign scene, a Sudanese medical organization has accused the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, of attempting to cover up evidence of mass killings in Darfur by burning bodies and burying victims in mass graves. In a statement, the Sudan Doctors Network said RSF fighters were collecting hundreds of bodies from the street of El Fasher following their bloody takeover of the city on October 26. The group described the act as a desperate attempt to erase their crimes, warning that atrocities could not be hidden through concealment or burning. According to the International Organization for Migration, IOM, about 82,000 people have fled El Fasher, which had a population of 260,000 since the RSF captured the last Sudanese army stronghold in Darfur. The RSF, which evolved from the Jamwawid militia accused of genocide in the early 2000s, has been fighting Sudan's military for control of the country since April 2023. Between 2003 and 2008, an estimated 300,000 people were killed and nearly 3 million displaced in ethnic violence in Darfur. Meanwhile, the United Nations and international rights group have warned of continuing atrocities, mass displacement and ethnic targeting as Sudan's war, now in its second year, continues to escalate. To end the news as a summary of the major stories. We told you that the Amnesty International has demanded the full exoneration of the Ogoni 9. The EFCC has declared former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Timi Silva wanted over alleged conspiracy and dishonest conversion. Oyo State High Court has rescheduled hearing on the PDP National Convention challenge to Wednesday. On the foreign scene, you all heard that Sudan's Doctors Network has accused the RSF of burning bodies to conceal mass killings in Darfur. Stella Sasongu Okori, editor of the news. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on todayfmlive.com. Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. Good evening. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospiration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we day. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari.
One love.
which is
We'll
the
get it
remediation
right.
by Total. Yes, good evening.
Well, it's still Emilia that is talking.
Yes, let's look at issues. We don't want attacks, please.
Yes, it's the issue we are looking at. Like I said, he understands the usefulness of media. That's why he always goes to the media.
The media is for
But
everybody.
Please, you as
Can
as
also
a
come.
journalist, like I said, we had basic amenities. Now, for a community that fell apart for how many years, we are trying to rebuild. I am not saying everything is just fine in the community. But if you ask me, my pen is, if there's anybody to make some of these complaints, to talk the way he's talking, it shouldn't be him. Recently, do you remember last year? Was it last year or 2023? You heard of Billionaires Club. Who hosted that this in protest?
So hold on. Let's look. We're looking at the remediation. Let's not go further. For the remediation, are you saying that the communities that have been impacted by this oil should not be carried along?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I asked a question. Do you know I asked a question? The question I asked was remediation. Where is remediation done? Is it on a particular, the affected area, or everywhere, even the areas that are not affected?
All
that
right,
was the question I asked.
Okay, he will address that. Thank you.
Yeah.
The remediation.
Thank you very much. When you are saying something to the public, it's on air. It's everywhere. I would also want us practically to go to Rumekpe. If you don't mind, we'll look for a good car and we'll make you available for you to tour around Rumekpe. See, it is bad when you know the problem of Rumekpe is in your brother's side. Wait. The money. Listen. Let me. I'm coming. I know why she's ranting. Rumekpe.
No, she's also speaking her mind. No, I wouldn't want you to use that word ranting.
Okay,
so
good.
Let's say we can have a conducive
this
conversation.
bill in question ran from Imogun, Ekuche down to Omobri. Rumekpe is in the Simitonos River. At the river band, we have Sambrero River. Once the spill hit at that total pipeline, it ran down to the Sambrero River and got up to Ebele where they did the containment by his uncle. Late. That contract was awarded by Izu. I'm telling Izu. Everybody knows Izu in total. Who gave that containment contract? Then now, if that have done, you have done first cleanup there, second cleanup, third cleanup, all those areas affected. We are not carried along.
Okay,
and now
that's
a
what you're
major
saying.
contract in place of 1 year, 6 months. Somebody like us say nobody should say because I have opportunity to go to there. The answer is no. Rumekpe cannot continue to be in darkness in the custody of her and their cause. Rumekpe is above that.
All right.
Thank you very much.
0810-951-0951. We're looking at the remediation in Rumekpe. Good evening.
Lucky, sorry, Mr. Maxwell. You said you were more brilliant than me in school. As you are, you don't,
No. You see,
have a school start.
Good evening. Go ahead. Hello. Good evening. Hello. Good evening. Hello. We're looking at the issue. We don't want all these. No. We're looking at issues that has to do with the men, women, children of Rumekpe, and we're looking at development, right? That's what we're talking about. Let's stay on that track. Every other side talk can be done outside of the studio, but for now, we're looking at the remediation. Issa Mohammed, who is a stakeholder in Zone 5, right, is saying that all the communities that were impacted by oil exploration should be cleaned up. All the communities should be carried along. He's also saying that the local government chairman should get involved, call all the parties available, and of course ensure that proper negotiations are done. Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. In respect of what is happening in Rumekpe, I'm not from there. In fact, I'm not from River State. I want to address a little of what the woman came to say, which was trying to defend that they had social amenity. It's over a decade and they don't have anymore. And shared or data are still exploring from same community. It's a shame that someone will come to say such a thing. Believe me, that your community does not have a social amenity and someone is fighting for you, and you will come to say such a thing. It's a disgrace.
No. Don't use a side word. Let's just face the issue, sir.
That's not the issue we're facing. It's the issue. The problem we have is ourselves. Black man do black man. It's the problem we have. Believe me.
All right, thank you.
You should try as much as to work together and get what their children and grandchildren would benefit from, and not what they would benefit today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, are you hearing me?
Yes, so go.
Okay, yes. Marshall, you see the reason why I tell you at times that all the blames should not go to all these companies operating in these various communities. Okay, if they have two factions, now I do not know. I'm just insinuating. If they have factions now, and company goes there now to maybe work with one of the factions unknown to them that they are factional. Tomorrow people will say a company chose one or two persons, neglecting these other persons. The best thing for these people is to come together first. Unite before you achieve anything from an outsider. You will have to put your house in order. When your house is in order, you can now speak in one voice. When one person is talking, he is representing the community. When two persons are talking, they are talking on behalf of the community. Not this one will be speaking from Jerusalem, the other one will be speaking from Jericho, all bantering one another. It is not helpful. We go to field, we know what we see in the field. At times you see work, halted, stopped. Why is work stopped? This group will say put this traditional palm tree leaf. The other group will say remove that leaf. You must work. These are the things that cause divisions in the communities. They should go back home, do their homework first, then come out with a template that the company will follow. If not, they will continue to banter one another till thy kingdom come. Thank you, Maswell.
Thank you, sir. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Master. Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Nebu Pepe from Bukumasa.
Yes, please.
Master, what I want to say is my former caller already said everything finished. Before coming to radio, you don't meet your family, and your family says, don't carry anything and go out. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening, Master.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Your last call.
Yeah, thank you. It's my pleasure. Matthias calling you from Noah. I called because I just want to share a little. I know about this company, how they operate in the community, and how they do with the chiefs and the others. Some companies, we do divide and rule. You know, you can't give everybody. But even in the community, we have 50 persons. And the company come and help 25. I think that company has tried. But this one, the company will go and do with the other people that they are not ready to do the good thing. You know, they will now follow up them because they are not also willing to do the good thing. Then the people that have the mind to do the good thing is the people that will come and protest. When you come and protest, the other one will say, hey, now so it is. So I think the company should be able to do the right thing and follow the right leader of the community and have any affairs, not cutting corners.
Thank you.
Giving money to one or two persons while the whole community is mess.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. From there.
Thank you very much. Well, we've come to the end of this particular conversation. So, Issa Mohammed, what you're asking for is the local government should call all parties together, right?
Sure.
Proper negotiation should be
Proper
done.
negotiation, step down. We are demanding also for an EIA report of the contract before to be tendered at the meeting at the local government.
All right.
And to portray all, well, if I have the opportunity to be here every day, I will continue to be here. Because you must have those that recognize you. But that does not mean that you shut down your plight. I will continue to make sure my people see the next day. Well, they are not informed, but somebody, because will bring somebody that will make them to be informed.
All right.
And I'm one of them.
All right.
I'm prepared.
Thank you.
You will see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Issa Mohammed Obiri, thank you very much. Stakeholder, Rumekwe community. We appreciate you for coming. Thank you.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Just have to balance well. Balance well. Me don't imagine balance balance well. As you dey enter the dark brother. Balance well. Balance well. As you dey enter the dark brother. Balance well. As you see me so, the cassava planter, me I don't show. All my body don't carry you. I just dey enter this town now. I enter town. I just dey enter this town now. I park my motor for here. Now here, park. I park my motor for here. Now here, where I park? I say make I go see my brother down there. I just go make I go see my brother. Come, then don't carry and go. Wow. Now, wow, which people? I see people around there. Them day, I ask them who carry my motor. Who carry my motor? Here, now. T-Marie. Eh? What do I call them? T-Marie. Not them carry.
All right. Now, probably some of you didn't know that song, Balance Well, was sung by Robin Marcher, the farmer. Yeah. Okay. It's time for Eyewitness Report. Feel free to join the conversation. And I have a special eyewitness report. I was in a certain place on Saturday. Man, there are communities that are big, but no road. No road. No what? No road. I went to Igboeche and, I saw the road they've been shouting about from Igbo Junction. That road links, in fact, that road will take you to Oyiwe Express from that Igbo Junction. If you dualize the road, it will take you directly. I saw it live. So it's not as though it was a video sent or pictures. I saw it live, but the road is nothing to write home about. All they need is just dualize that road from Igbo Junction down straight to Igbo Express. So you see the linkage. Now, some of you might not know, Igboeche is quite big. Like, really, 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 really big. I'll need to also visit OK. That's the headquarters. But man, the activity I saw in Igboeche was something else. The activity, the place is bubbling. They love enjoyment. What did I say? They love enjoyment. And of course, they took me out. I ate Ishewu. You have fresh palm wine and then Odeku by the side. It was fun. But Igboeche, that's a nice place. Wonderful place. Wonderful place. The place is wonderful, but they need to do that road. Now, there's a particular road also. Once you stop at that Cherubim Junction, that's that Igbo Junction, there's a road opposite the Cherubim and Seraphim Church. That road is also bad. Now, I'm also pleading with NDDC. I saw NDDC street light on that particular road. That's not on the road that will take you to Oyiwe Express. No, not that one. This other one is an internal road. The road is quite bad, but I saw NDDC street light. So I was wondering, NDDC came here, installed street lights, but the road is bad. So why not construct the road? That's my question. Why not construct the road? Well, I can tell you, Igboeche is quite big. Really, really big. Bustling with, businesses here and there. And man, the nightlife was something else. Wonderful, fantastic, but no road. No road. Now, some of the small roads, the link roads we took, to avoid garden, the roads were bad. Where I was hosted. Uche, congratulations. Thank you very much for hosting me. Uche, manager Void Gardens, thank you very much. Thank you. I salute you. And then Chief Robin Maja, thank you very much. And then I saw a new friend. I gave him a new name. His name is now Chief. One of the baddest keyboardists you can talk about when it comes to one-man band. Man, the guy is good. I gave him a new name, Chief Razor Power 2. Thank you very much for hosting me. But Igboeche needs road. Now, the road from Eleme Junction, all right, to Igboeche, down to Igboeche, that road needs to be dualized. What I saw was that, they were doing, will I call that gutter or drainage? I didn't quite like the kind of job they were doing. The other time, before the emergency rule, I heard the governor said they should do remediation work on that, but the thing I've all washed away. So I saw them doing a particular drainage on the right-hand side while I was going. Now, I don't know, are they dualizing the road or they just want to do it like the way it is? Because that road needs dualization. The road from Eleme Junction to Igboeche needs what? dualization. So I'm pleading with the state governor. I don't know what's really going on now. I don't even know what to say. But I'm pleading. Igboiche is quite big. I mean, really, really, really big. You won't know such a town is existing. I mean, the place is bubbling, businesses here and there, but they lack roads. That's the problem. They lack what? Roads. So the state government needs to, the NDDC also needs to assist in ensuring that some of the link roads, I mean the internal roads, are built. You can't install street lights on a particular road, I mean link road, internal road, and then the road is bad. I mean, will they be using the light to see the mud, or aka poto as you may call it? So the internal roads, the NDDC and the local government chairman, I don't even know where we are, why we are where we were, according to former Vice President Oshibanjo. You know, I don't know what is happening with the local government chairman, but I want to plead with the NDDC to see how they can go into Igboiche and then give them 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 internal roads. But for the state government, that road from Igbo Junction down to Igbo, I think that leads to, they call it Umebulu, Ikwerengwa Road, yes, from Igbo Junction. That road will lead you down to where? To Igbo Express. So please, state government, help us. Good evening.
Hello, Lucky. Good evening.
Welcome, sir.
This is Destiny. I'm calling you from Liverpool.
Yes, please.
Okay. I still want to lend my voice. So I think some time ago there was somebody in my area that talked about a transformer issue from Rumeti Light Committee. And up till now, I expected the local government chairman to come up and see the extortion these people are the way they're extorting people. Now, as we speak, the last meeting we had, the Rumeti Light Committee in Rumeti told us that it was 250 houses that were using the transformer, that they went and borrowed money. What did they use for collateral to buy transformer and whatever? We did not see. The next thing they told us that it was 250 houses. We disagreed and set up another committee. Another committee found out that it was 380 houses and not 250 as they reported to us. Now, they said we must pay money and gave us a POS person number to pay money to. We said, okay, why not set up a landlord and tenant kind of account at the bank? They refused. Why not set up a WhatsApp group so that anybody in compound that pay, you can upload what you pay? They said no. And when we will resist what will happen, we don't want to hear, we will look into the matter. Now we are reporting. Now we are complaining. Even when they wanted to buy armored cable, problem came out that the thing got to Tuba police. They just manipulated the matter and they are quiet about it. I am calling and talking that let people come to our rescue. It's not because we are weak or it's not because of whatever thing. Because when we will react, anybody that comes in the name of cutting our life or whatever, anything that happens, let the person take it.
Nothing will happen. It will be, something will be done. Thank you very much for your time. Nothing evil will happen. Yes, good evening, UC.
Yeah, Max.
I greet you, sir.
Yeah, now I know why you come back late that day. Too much enjoyment.
The issue was something else. One big gallon of fresh palm wine.
Max, I was scared. He said, waiting for you now. Come back. I don't understand like too much enjoyment to hold you. Honestly, when I call your number, I was around 8. When around 8 now, when the number is not reachable, I was scared. And I don't have Robin number. I wanted to call. He said, where is my so?
No, my battery went flat.
What did they happen?
My battery went flat.
Before I reply on Sunday morning, I was scared.
Okay.
Max, the next host now, I will try and host you with your chamber of Chokota as Elijah Okere, being Robin friend. You understand? I will try and do that. I will communicate with him. Meanwhile, Max, I sent you a lot of video today. I noticed that you never opened the video them. Max, you know that some group of youth in Umeblu and the Korean War, they went outside today to protest about the bad road in Chokota, Umeblu Road. Max, do you know that some group of people in this Umeblu community came out and they challenged these guys them that they should go back? Who sent them? Who asked them to protest? Max, like you went there on Saturday and saw everything on your own. You called me, said no, this will normally call. The road is very bad. Do you know that a lot of youth came out today to protest about this road? Some people came out, was telling them that they should stop. Who asked them to come out? They should go back. Who asked them? Maxwell, can you imagine? I mean, when the guy was saying it today, like, Max, it don't be like someone just disappear, just land that place and look for those people, give them a very hot slap. It's too bad. A community like that, like road have been bad for more than 32 or 33 years. You know, some of them was like the road is just bad like 25 or 23. You know, some of them are just youth will just come up. You understand? They don't know that road have been bad before they even born two first and second son before themselves. Somebody, some group of people came out that who asked them to come out, who sent them, they should go back for road. Maxwell, if you know fair for you, if the protest didn't fair for you, it may favor this other people. But what you are just looking for is just for that road to be fixed. If it didn't work out for your own side, maybe you have been writing to the government didn't listen, then these people came out for protest. Maybe through this one, they may listen, what you are looking for is just for that road to be fixed. How can you come out and be stopping them? Man, when you close work, just go through the video I sent to you today. You will shock. Where they show a lot of shops them shut down. No tenant inside. I know they spend money to build those shops there, but no single tenant inside. Does it make any sense? Then they try to manage to protest from Umeblu to Kurengo to the junction, Ibuche junction. People, a group of people came out and be stopping them that you should go back. Who they take power from? Who give them the authority and the other thing? It don't make any sense. Please, I'm begging our governor. Help Chokota Umeblu. Max, when you go there, did you try to get to our secondary school?
No, I didn't see
that secondary school.
The secondary school, I didn't see it.
I wish he get to the primary school. Maybe past that secondary school, I normally told you that when the students want to go to school during rainy season, they normally wear raincoat. Those their parents can offer raincoat too. They will not put their white on their back. When they get to school, there's no restroom there. They will just gather there. So some of them will just run, enter some small bush in there. And that school is boys and girls. The kind of trauma when those students they pass through, I don't pity them. But I'm begging our state governor, help us at least this dry season. Try and use healers. Drive that road, pass out Oyibo Express. You will not understand what people there are passing through. They will not know what to do. Help us this dry season. Help us and fix that road. We are not begging other internal road, another thing. Just that metro road. Help us and put that road. They will not look for what to do for other ones. Help us. Chokota, Ikurengo, Umeblu Road. You have a lot of Shell, NNPC, different type of companies.
Thank you, Thank you.
No road.
Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, Reginald.
Thank you for visiting. How I wish you boarded Okada from Igbo Junction down to Ikurengo and Umeblu. Mr. Maxwell, you would have known that those people are in hellfire.
No, I saw the road. The road is quite bad, though. Really bad.
Mr. Maxwell, do you know that former Governor Wike use that road and campaign for his first election
use that same road and campaign for his second election. That same road, though, he used that same road and campaign for first tenure and second tenure. It's unfortunate, but thank you for visiting. I know that gradually you get to all this road that we are talking about, including my pipeline, the road, where I'm calling both ADC.
All right, thank you.
We are we supposed to be suffering this way? Are we supposed to be begging the way we are begging now for something that ordinarily should be for us, and we are begging, and people are keeping quiet? You can imagine what Mr. UC is saying, that people are protesting, trying to get the attention of the and few elements decided to obstruct that protest from the same place. Those people that are even suffering with them, it's not that they are in a lot of.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, Mas. Good evening.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you. There's Timber River music. I enjoy that. The music carry motivation.
Okay.
yes, that music. You will play it again. You see, so my eyewitness report. Most of these our callers, I would like our CDC, community CDCs, to be working with government like NDDC. In fact, I don't know if it will be possible for every let there be NDDC office or representative in every communities in CDC. You see, so I would like our CDCs to be working direct to NDDC. Working with in every community, have a representative of NDDC in your community, and it will help, because most of these complaints, most of the times our government, they never knew. At times they ignore it because there is no persuading, nobody to persuade the project or the budget. So let our CDC relate well with the NDDC.
All right, thank you.
And most of our schools, like the government schools in our community, that the government cannot renovate immediately. CDCs can reason with parents, PTA. They do it. Most of the things is not what will come to the air and be complaining. We have CDCs in our community.
All right. Thank you, Chief Solomon.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
No, good evening once again.
I agree to you, Salgo.
See, just go to Rona and Faustina and ask them for forgiveness. That you went to Ibeche, man. Yes, you went to Ibeche. You did not even say, make we join you, Maxwell. You alone went there and enjoy the kind of family you enjoy here. Oh boy, you get as busy.
Salgo, you are always very busy now.
Oh, I make out time. Like today, if I tell you where I go with one of the man, you don't believe him.
Are you serious?
I tell you. Oh my God!
Don't worry. Don't worry. I will arrange for part 2.
Thank you.
Salgo, your line is breaking.
No junction, no local government. I don't know why that little portion of dilapidated portion of the so difficult. Government or state government touch. Two places, even an individual who is well to do can, assemble materials and patch it. A whole local government cannot do it. State government cannot do it. And people are just, damaging their vehicles there. Before you, a place that is not up to 20 feet, I am telling you, and nobody is people there. We state government is not even giving succor to them there.
by expanding roads, creating more roads. Why won't they look out for existing roads that are not good, put them in order? Like this one now, local government can do it. If they want like 500,000 naira, that area of land is still a portion of the road will be okay. Thank you, Master.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Hello.
Good evening, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Good
Go
evening.
ahead, sir.
My name is Professor Chika. I'm calling from the United States of Ireland.
All right, sir.
My brother, there is something that I want to share so that all the research will know what is going on. That as on Saturday when I'm just put it for perfect. Say that I never know the right thing to do. I said, what is the right thing to do? You ask me paper, and you need to check my particulars. So there is hello.
Yes, go ahead.
So there's one particular man that is down in front of the car. I don't even know say that man big man. So the man came down to go and talk to the police. The police just started insulting the man. Immediately, there's something that missing in that particular day, that yesterday. The man just called commissioner of police and read. The man asked him what is the problem. The man explained. So later on, as they know that the man has already called the commissioner of police, he can't give me my particulars. As we reach that Toba police station, the commissioner of police called that number back. That where is the particular place? The man explained. So the commissioner of police telling the man that they don't even have right to mount roadblock for that particular place. Say because they attach them to that one company that is that on top of that place. Say they're supposed to be here to this for that company. So why are they making roadblock? Then the man said that tomorrow they will pick all of them that particular place. So what was making me happy is that somebody to call commissioner of police that particular time and to respond quick. So I'm telling all the rivers people, anybody that asks you for money for that or some of that probably that's for them. They are not supposed to take that particular place. They should go to that place. I don't want to mention the company because they don't pay for advance. They should go to that company to go and secure the company that have assigned them. That's my area report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, Matthias, calling from Noah.
Yes, sir.
My eyewitness is this, Maxwell. Since the return of the governor of Rivers State, we the Rivers people were so very happy that this governor is coming to do well just the way he was doing well. But since when he resumed office, Mr. Maxwell, from my observation, nothing is happening. Everywhere is very quiet. Even in the local government, I don't know whether they received the same money the other people were receiving. Because the other chairmen were doing well. Women were eating, our mothers were seeing what to eat on their food on their table. But this time around, there is no job for youth. Even pure water company, we have not seen. Everybody is keeping quiet because things have returned. We can't continue like this now. How can we, the people of Rivers State, will be living without job, having a governor, having a chairman? It's too bad, though. It's too bad. We can't continue this way. Let our leaders do the right thing. Don't become a chairman or governor and go to your house and eat with your family and leave the people that vote you in. It's not a good thing. Please, let the governor keep the ground running and let the youth of Rivers State have food on their table to eat. It's not normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. Keep the calls coming in. Your eyewitness report. Please feel free to join the conversation. Now, I'm wondering, some youth are protesting, peaceful protest that, come and help us do this. And some other people are saying, no, don't protest. I'm wondering, is it our communities, some people in some communities don't want development in their own area? Is that how Africans, I don't get it. because I don't think it's normal. Good evening.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, please.
Good evening. How is your work now?
We are good.
Yes, my name is Chile. I'm calling from Mola, Chile. Maxwell.
Sir?
You said you saw NDDC light, NDDC street light at Igbo.
No, there's a street. There's a street opposite the Cherubim and Seraphim church. There's a street. I've forgotten the name of the street. That was NDC light, but the road, that particular internal road, is bad.
Okay. Those street lights you see, it's Oga gives, just like what is happening in my place. It is Oga that gave those things. Then I'm not directly from NDC. And we that come from the other side of the chair, we don't have Oga to give us our own. Yes. Anyway, by the way, Maxwell, my own eyewitness is about one road in my place, which people.
Your line just went off. Good evening. My eyewitness is about the bureaucracy and complicated processes in some ministries. We applied for our late father's gratuity earlier this month in the Ministry of Justice, and for almost 5 weeks, our application has not been approved. It wasn't like this earlier this year, and this is the first time we are applying after the emergency rule. Please, the official in charge should do something about this. The process is extremely slow. Good evening. Welcome. Hello.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, my name is Walter.
Yes, sir.
From Zob. Well, my eyewitness is on this, our roads, especially from Mubugo to Zoba Junction. It's just dead track. There is no way you can stand outside like you want to go to maybe Mubugo or my train. You can stand more than 1 hour, but no motor is moving. You can just see one thing like that. They will pull the picture like they will carry 2 at the front, 3 at the back, just like that. So that is my other witness. And another one is this food bridge. I think government is supposed to help us. Like there are many junctions, like this Wimpy area that is close to the other side of the road. If you see how people are crossing here, if you are not careful, you jam somebody. Like all those maybe Uniforce area, the way students are crossing. All those places, they're supposed to be food bridge. And like all this employment that they're talking about. You know, with that, at least government can employ 1 or 2 persons to manage those areas so that they'll be able to those people that don't want to use the food bridge. So that is my eyewitness.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Wilson. My eyewitness is that I live in a street behind Federal Housing Secretary called 7th Avenue. Since I came into that street, there was once the road was hard. So the construction firm that did the road, the drainage they put, other judge was very high. They just linked the thing down there. So when it rains, water will come out the judge and all colors flood the street. And then that the quota has been washed away. And when it rains, from beginning from other judge end to the end of that road, nobody passes, nobody passes. And the worst became that even this street light that NDDC mounted this street, all streets around the Federal House and the adjoining streets were all lighted. But that 7th Avenue, nothing. I want to ask if the street is cut. I don't know if the authorities are listening. There's no road. When it rains, we don't go out. And then even the street light, none was installed in our street. So I want to bring the knowledge of the authorities that we are human beings. We cannot be kept as if we are not part of the society. The place is too bad. I don't know ask anybody around if you can drive through. It's just at the judge behind that jeep, 7th Avenue.
All right.
So that's my witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Go ahead. Hello. Lucky Maxwell, this is David. The Rumuchi Light Committee in Rumuchi Light Committee in Rumekini extortion is enough. We will not take it again, sir. We are ready for them this time around. Please take things easy. Take things easy, please. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes,
also,
please.
it's me,
Go ahead.
calling. So I was the one that this phone called. So as I was saying then, I come from Umola, a town in Echie. So the light you talk about is Jeddah Street Light is those people that has Oga. We will come from the other side of Echie. We not get Oga to put a street light for us. So I said anyway, it's a bad way. That's a road in my my place called Akwobo. Akwobo to Muba to make my brother. If you get to that place, you will pity those people living at that area because they don't have roads. He said, Bush, he said, disgrace to this, he said, disgrace to this state. I'm telling you, but we have the local government chairman. Anyway, we have somebody representing in the House of Assembly here in River State. And we have Kelechi Nwogo representing us at Abuja under the platform of the House of Red. And again, we have a senator, Olwelo Nyeso, representing us in those areas, in a chair, between a chair and Omuma. So up to this moment, I'm telling you, I don't know when maybe one of them have been to that place. So if my eyewitness, they should go to there and find out what we are saying, if it's true or not. My brother, if you get there, they don't have a road. Road, single road. Even they have a solar light there. That is the community money. So please, let the people authority, they should go and look for the way to at least let us have something reasonable from the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Ibueche, people, please, they need road to. I'm appealing on their behalf. Man, those guys are wonderful people, but they don't have roads. No road at all. No road. Aish. You know, even on the street I talked about where you have solar street light, I have to go through. Yeah, if you're taking bike, the bike will be going up and down, up and down. Then there's another area I went to. You know, the bike that took us, and those guys, they are used to the area. So they will just be driving. The thing will be going up, down, up, down, up, down. The road from Eleme Junction down to Ibueche, I am appealing that they should dualize that road. Yes, I'm seeing that they are trying to do the drainage on the right-hand side. I don't know if they will also do drainage on the left-hand side. But I'm appealing that road should be what? Dualized. Then Ibueche, Umebulu. Ikwerengwo Road, that road that leads to Oyibo Express directly, should also be dualized. Good evening.
Lucky Maxwell.
Robin Maja, the farmer, the great man.
Nakasava, they plant you. Lucky Maxwell, God bless you. God bless Today FM.
Thank you.
I tell you the truth. That road you are talking about, I have an uncle that lives there opposite that cherubim. That road is called Omasukbo Farm Road.
Okay.
Yes, Omasukbo Farm Road. I have an uncle that lives there. Then
the one directly the Cherubim Church.
Yes. By that Methodist signboard.
Yes.
You are talking about
so how come NDDC came to put street lights and there's no road?
Look, they grab the land, now giving back a land. Now that's the why go on. I know that. But to God be the glory. According to you, you were there and you saw by yourself. Just like the issue of the cornerstone you've been shouting, you've been talking about. Cornerstone. Please, I hate to beg and I hate to say thank you to either a councillor or chairman or reps or senator, whoever. Because it's a job they ask us that we should keep them there, either by selection or by election. So they are working for us. If you are listening or you are not listening, your aides are listening. Let them tell you the fact. The thing you will do, and when you leave office, your name will reign forever. Like Christ. Listen to people. Lucky Maxwell was there. He saw with his eyes the road from Igbo Junction through Chokota, Umakono, Tier 3 to Express Road. You have commissioner for environment, but they're not working. They should go around the area that they are hearing people talking about now. From Elime Junction to Chokota, you said the governor himself, I'm addressing now, that the road needs emergency repair. The importance of that road that traverses Abia and Imo State. You said so yourself. That's not why I call Lucky Maxwell, please. Take me from Ahoda Junction to Abua to that water side. That road needs dualization. Governor Sim Fubara, please, the 6 months emergency, over 40 billion naira was fitted away in the State. Dualize that road from Ahoda Junction to Abua Odua and think about those who are from Oshimoko, Okoma 1, Okoma 2, Okorogo, Ojabere, Obmeze, a ring road because there's a modular refinery there. God bless you, Lucky Master.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, this is from Mr. K. Good evening, Maxwell. I want to ask if River State has a Minister of Works to patch mere potholes. I tire for these people without conscience. Secondly, I saw workers doing some maintenance on the Sapito Dili Cardiovascular Center. I hope it will work this time around or stop wasting taxpayers' money. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, Honorable Chris.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
It came to area. There is something I want to draw the attention, my eyewitness. I noticed that there is some junction where these NDDC lights are. 2-3 poles within where people normally gather. As soon as you want to divert from the junction, the whole of the lights there, no one is working. Then you go to the end, and that starts from that place where people normally gather. You know, our Odegema boys, you know, they operate there. I don't know whether them go disconnect the NDDC light, because now from there, you now know whether the road is clear for you to enter. That's what they do there, to just to off the lights. Military are like a touch there, they don't rob you, you know what I mean? That if you be senior man, senior man, now you, okay, you dey here. So please, NDDC, any junction,
your line just went up. Good evening.
Hello, Maxwell. Good evening.
Yes, please.
I'm coming from Mumbai.
All right.
Today, there was a protest there. I don't know how come the protest, where government will remember us. I don't understand. Huh? I don't understand why the protest just be worse. Huh? Because we are suffering for that road. Where Shell is there. Huh? RGB is around the other side. Nobody even came to walk that road for us. But every time we problem, nobody can even help us. I don't know why government is hearing all these things what we are doing. So any way you can help us tell government to do this for us. But we are very happy because we are suffering for that road well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the funny thing about Igboeche is that as I was going, you see Shell pipeline, high pressure, blah blah blah, all the grammar. Ooh, this way, you know that way. Anytime, anywhere you see those signs. The place is usually clear, right? And it will cross the road from this end, high gas pipeline. You move to another end, you see high gas pipeline. So if you have oil wells in a particular area, how come they don't have common road? It's pathetic. What I saw in Igboeche was, I think I nearly shed tears. These are people who are hardworking. They are doing their business. Everywhere is bubbling. At least I was there till about evening. So I saw the nature of the place. But man, they don't have road. Goodness me. God help us. Good evening.
Hello, Lucky Maxwell. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, Lucky Maxwell, do you feel like there is a kind of governance in River State since after emergency? Because so many things that we are complaining here that before emergency, most of them would have been seen doing. None of them is working, even as poor and as little as the what is it called, Dominion City issue. This road here by Majesty Estate, as little as that. that this thing has dug onto the extent that if care is not taken, a container may fall there and something may happen. And they are waiting until such thing will happen and the people will come, they will gather and video. And they did. This is not fair. Secondly, Lucky Maswell, Julius Baker should be sued. I've been saying this thing. Julius Baker should be sued. They cannot. They don't have rival when it comes to working in River State. And when they do their road, after a year or two, you'll be seeing pothole. And we don't know how much those roads are very expensive. If they tell you how much 1 kilometer roads are being given to Julius Baker at, you will be baffled. And at the end of the day, you see those roads going bad within a very short time. That is very, very bad. They should be sued.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Eric says, hi, Max. It pains me when I hear people talking about their road and you won't see or hear anybody from my place call or send message concerning our road. It pains me a lot. Max, you guys should try and come to Ikodo and Ulukumaikpe in Ahoda West. You will see, you will feel for us. No road, no light since the creation of Nigeria. We have not seen road or light, and government at all levels don't care about us. Sorry, sir. Max, you're a good man. Believe me, I have intentions of talking about the Eleme Junction Igboeche road because I was on that road today and I saw miniature thing they are doing there called a drainage. What a shame. Truly speaking, the stretch of Eleme Junction Igboeche road down to Chokoto needs to be dualized and not this joke they are doing on that road. Max, your return match to Igboeche community, I must join you. All right, Mr. John, thank you. I still went to Eleme Junction today and I still believe they can do a better job. All right, that Eleme Junction road down to Igboeche, they need to dualize that road. They need to dualize that road. Okorafo Emmanuel says, Maxwell, the people of Ogbologo in Ahoda West have suffered from the beginning of this world. No road up until today. Are we not part of River State? All right, that's what you can take on this segment. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow again from 4, 6 p.m. thereabout, depending. All right, stay with us and don't go anywhere.
All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM, such a unique dial.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with
The countdown to the big game between Super Eagles and Gabon is right here with us. And of course, if you need all the information, you need to speak with the man. Licensed to talk, speak, communicate with the public when it comes to the national team of Nigeria. Promise Efoge is his name, and of course, he's waiting to run us through what you need to know before that game, only on Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Enakena. I'll take a quick break. On the other side, Promise will be joining me. Welcome back. Promise Efoge. I don't know where he is at this moment. My brother, how are you there? Where are you?
Well, let me say a very big thank you for having me on your program today. Certainly, we're getting ready for the World Cup playoffs in Rabat, Morocco. That's where the attention is at the moment. It's a make or break situation. It's a second chance for the national team. We're counting down. Gabon is our first foe as far as the four-nation tournament is concerned. We're ready. We're getting ready. And we're very hopeful and promising that the World Cup ticket will come to Nigeria. Wow, that's beautiful. Well, when would this team be in Rabat, Morocco? You know, our players have been very active across Europe. Some of them were very much involved in the Champions League. We saw Siemens score a hat-trick against Ajax on Wednesday. Some were active in the Europa League, others in the Conference League. At the weekend, certainly they will be competing for their club side. Rafael Onyedika is back. We saw him in action in the Champions League for Club Brugge. So this is one of the Coach Eric Shell very happy because his players are active and playing for their clubs. And so the convergence will be on Sunday, the 9th of November in Rabat. These players come in from across Europe, and we're expecting them to begin to arrive on Sunday. Tuesday, we have a house, certainly the preparations will hit top gear.
Good news for Nigerians to know that we don't have injury worries apart from the suspension of the defender, that's Semiu Ajayi.
Absolutely, but you may not want to forget Temola, his experience, his expertise in the right back position for the Super Eagles is not something we want to undermine. Igor Ogu has been absent. He played for Slavia Prague in the Czech Republic. The few times he's been called to camp, we know how much quality he brings to the squad. Felix Agu is also out injured. These are quality players, no doubt. But again, as I've always said and will continue to say, the Super Eagles squad is very deep, and the coaches have options in every department on the pitch. And I think that's the positive aspect of coaching a team like the Super Eagles, which is touted as, the biggest on the continent of Africa. Yes, a few injuries here and there, a few absentees here and there, but then we've got a very solid squad that can wreak havoc against any team once they are determined to do so.
Let me take you back to you, Promise Efoge. When the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the officials realized that God has given us a second chance, what was it like after the 4-0 win over Benin Republic? I need you to paint a vivid picture.
It was celebration. It was celebration. But again, Captain Truth Ekong made it clear to the players that it's okay to celebrate this 4-0 win. It's okay to celebrate scoring 4 goals in 90 minutes, because before that game, I can't remember the last time the Super Eagles scored 4 goals in a game. It was okay to celebrate that, but the captain made it clear to the players that the battle has only just started because the qualification for the World Cup hadn't been achieved yet. We still have a couple of games more to go. So we need to put that into the subconsciousness of the players, jump them back to reality to say, come on guys, we don't have the ticket yet. We've only gotten a ticket to the playoffs. And so they celebrated, yes, but the celebration will be a lot more when we get to win. I say when because I'm positive we'll go to Rabat and pick that sole ticket from Africa for the continental playoff. And so we are expecting a bigger celebration in Rabat come next week.
Well, big relief. I'm staying with you in Uyo. Tell me what it was like for the man, Eric Sekoshiel. Definitely, he was under pressure before that game. What was it like? How did he take it? How did he celebrate it? What did he say to the players? What did you feel from the team after that success?
Well, give credit to the players because they were the tools that he used to get the result. For coaches at this level, they are used to the pressure. He said before the game that he enjoys these kind of pressures, because sometimes when you are at the edge, we saw his substitutions on that occasion, they were spot on. Frank Onyeka came off the bench, got the 4th goal. His substitutions on that very occasion were spot on. And he said time and time again that coaching at this level gives him delight. Coaching the Super Eagles, which is the biggest football brand in Africa, gives him delight. And so he's used to these kind of pressure. We saw him coaching Mali. I remember that quarterfinal loss for Mali when one of his backup staff had to pour water out his head. I jokingly told him, I said, Coach, here in Nigeria, we would not have to pour water on your head because we will continue to get successes after successes because you've got a brand of players, you've got a collection of players that can, within the right environment, at the right time. And so we're just hopeful that under this coach, the Super Eagles will continue to go for glory.
Let's talk about VAR, the qualifiers or the playoffs. FIFA has introduced VAR. Well, before this was introduced by FIFA, Gennaro had said the 2 goals scored by Osimhen, his first 2 goals were questionable, that if we had VAR in that game in Uyo, those goals would have been chopped off. Now we have VAR against Gabon. We are going to have VAR against either Cameroon or DR Congo. Is this something that we should be celebrating or something that we need to adjust to?
There was VAR at the stadium, at the York Cross Stadium, when Ajax lost 3-0 to Galatasaray. All 3 goals were scored by Victor Osimhen. I don't want to call Gennaro a bad loser. He was our coach for more than 5 years. He was the coach of Spurs for more than 5 years, and so I think he deserves some respect and he deserves some honor. But I wouldn't want to dwell on his comments. You know, people say, especially when you lose 4 goals on the very last day of qualifiers, the day you expected to pick the walk ticket. Before the game against the Super Eagles, when the Republic was sitting at the top of the table. And so, I mean, I can feel his pulse, I can feel his pain. It's okay. But talking about VAR, I mean, views about the video assistant referee has always been divergent. There are persons who think the introduction of the technology into football has made football a bit more mechanized, has made football look like PS4 or PS5. You know, but again, we've got players who play in Europe. They are used to this technology. They understand how it works. So I don't think that should be a problem. What the Super Eagles want to do at the playoffs in Rabat is play good football. Play good football, win well, get the right results, and pick a ticket. Whether you bring in VAR, whether you put 2 referees on the pitch, whether you put 2 assistant referees on the sidelines, I don't think all that will matter. Our players are determined to be at a World Cup next year, and that is the most important thing. That's the most important motivator for the Super Eagles at this time. So VAR might come in even as a plus, because I think during the qualifiers, you know, since I became media officer of the team, I've seen a couple of instances where the Super Eagles should have had an advantage, you know, that were not, you know, given to the team because of the absence of VAR. So I think all of these may actually play in, you know, positively for our team, because I think we've got a very decent squad that can beat Gabon. We've got a very decent team that can beat either Congo DR or Cameroon, whether with VAR or without VAR.
Promise Foge, let's talk about the fear in the Gabonese camp. We have been told that watching Victor Osimhen scoring a hat-trick, the Gabonese will be weeing on their pants now.
Absolutely. Any team facing the Super Eagles of Nigeria should be scared of the national team of Nigeria, because, I mean, Nigeria Super Eagles are the biggest football brand on the continent that boasts of a plethora of global stars across the world, playing for top clubs and performing week in, week out. So it is understandable if they are scared playing against Nigeria. But one thing is certain, the Super Eagles will not be overconfident going into the playoffs. The Super Eagles will not undermine any team. The Super Eagles will not underrate any team. I mean, we saw how difficult the main qualifying process was like, and so the Super Eagles will not take anything for granted going into the playoffs, facing Gabon or any other team in the next game. Victor Osimhen, you mentioned earlier, he is a key figure. He is a key factor in the Super Eagles lineup. I mean, he is a leader for the team on and off the pitch. His impact is felt. I mean, when he's in the squad, you know that a pivotal person is in this team. He carries the team on his shoulders, no doubt about that. But don't let us forget the fact that football is a team sport. I mean, we saw him score 3 goals for the Super Eagles against the Republic. He wouldn't have been able to score those goals without the contribution of his teammates. I mean, putting that into consideration, you want to agree with me that every player, when selected to don the green, white, green colors of Nigeria, is important to the squad, is important to the team when on the pitch of play. Victor Osimhen, yes, he is a leader, but then he also depends on the contribution of his teammates. And that is why the Super Eagles are like a unit. They work together. They understand the assignment, and they know what is at stake. And nobody would want to individualize the team or want to beam the focus on one player. They play as a unit, and they want to achieve as a unit.
Promise Foge returns tomorrow. And of course, you know it's going to be all about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and nothing else. Thank you for listening. This Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Inakana. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Voice of the people.
And we're back.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is High Life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High Life lives here.
Africa's life. Africa's life.
do I have in my account at the moment? There's some amounts you will hear or some figure you will hear when people talk about money, and you just start to reflect on your finances, and you start to wonder like, I just need to make more money. I just need to make more money. I just need to make more money. Well, that's my thought. I will not have to worry about bills being paid. Anyway, today is the 10th day of the month of November 2025. In a month's time would be wrapping up 2025. I hope that every goal that you have or that you set your mind you were going to achieve this year, I hope you're making progress. I mean, yes, December is not the deadline for, achievements. Don't put yourself under so much pressure, but at the same time, with the way you said you were going to do at the start of the year. Welcome to The Thrill on your dial today, 95.1 FM, and my name is Rona Abara. So yeah, in Australia, they are, should I call it a step in the right direction towards the young people in the country. But yeah, it seems like it. In Australia, they are set to ban social media for children under 16, and that is set to begin from December 10, 2025. Now, there is, a law that they are proposing that will restrict children from using social media platforms, children that are below 18. So Australia is set to ban social media for children under 18 starting from December 10, 2025. And there are a lot of reasons why the Australia government want to do this. I mean, yes, I'm going to read out some of the reasons and, the goals that they have for putting this in place. This act, is supposed to restrict children under 16 from using a host of platforms: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, Snapchat, YouTube, Reddit, a lot of social media platforms. So now the act is, if you are below 16, you cannot open any of these social media accounts. You cannot open a social media account on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Snapchat. And you cannot manage an account if you are below 16. So if you're below 16, you'd probably just find something else to do with that time. Find a hobby, experience life away from social media. That's the goal, according to the Australian government. Now, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, I'm supposed to play the video. I think I'm going to play the audio, and then I'll read through the report, and we can now talk about, this move by the Australian government, and then I'll table the question that I have on the topic as regards our government and here in Nigeria. So I'm just going to play the audio so we can hear what that one is about.
Social media laws come into effect. This is about letting kids be. Today is exactly 1 month until our world-leading social media laws come into effect. This is about letting kids be kids. It's also about empowering parents to be able to have those discussions with their children.
We want children to have their childhood, and we want parents to have peace of mind. So this reform will not just change a law, it will change a generation.
So that's the audio right there from the Albanese Prime Minister. And they say that the reason for this ban is that they want children to have their childhood, to enjoy their childhood away from the toxicity and the influence that social media has on children that are not of age, because they cannot really pick what is and what isn't right. They cannot really tell what kind of information online they should digest, they should consume. So this ban is to help regulate the information that are exposed to children below 16. The Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese announced on Monday, November 10, being today, that a social media ban for children under 16 will come into effect on December 10. Albanese called the law first introduced last year a leading social media law that would protect childhood and empower parents as well. The legislation titled Online Safety Amendment. Okay, I'm just going to go right down to it. That children under 16 cannot use platforms like Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, Snapchat, YouTube, Reddit, and others. And they say that today is exactly a month under our world-leading social media law to come effect. This is about letting kids be kids. It is also about empowering parents to be able to have those discussions with their children, according to the audio that I played. Under the Act, the social media companies are required to take reasonable steps to ensure underage kids do not have an account on their respective platforms. While most of the social media accounts, such as Instagram and Facebook, have a default age registration of 13 years old with parental permission, it appears not as strictly enforced. Now, several studies have linked increased exposure to social media to poor mental health among children. However, the upsides include access to information and better help-seeking behavior. Besides Australia, other countries like Denmark and Norway are also aiming to limit the access to social media platforms for those below 15 age. Now, countries like Denmark and Norway are aiming to put a ban as well on social media for children that are below 15 years of age. Australia government have put a ban for children that are below 16. So if you are not above 16, you cannot have a social media account on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, on X, on Snapchat. You cannot manage an account until you are above 16, 17, 18 going forward. And the aim is to ensure that children really be children, that kids can really grow up as kids. And to also curtail or to curb the information that children are exposed to. Because as much as we know that social media and the internet is really helpful, but for children, some of them do not really know how to pick what is and what is not helpful. They cannot really tell what is harmful or not. Some of them think it's just technology, and some of them are exposed to a lot of bad content online. Because there are no restrictions. The Australian government wants that children really focus on other things rather than social media, because we know that social media sometimes affects, not even sometimes, has affected the attention span of a lot of people, even as adults. Your attention span is so shortened. You're scrolling, you can spend hours online on different social media apps, platforms, scrolling through, whiling away time that you're supposed to use for productive things. Now, imagine children that, their mind is still very vulnerable. They can just see a content that is not even helpful, that is harmful, but they cannot really tell that this is not supposed to be something they consume. They're just scrolling through and going through it. And over time, some of these contents can cause damage on them. There's some of them that have developed bad habits, really terrible habits off social media. They see something online, they see a trend online, and they just make it a habit. Some of them have become addicted to, pornography, to certain things that, if they were not open to social media, they probably would not have had the opportunity to, watch those things or be exposed to those things. So the Australian government is trying to ensure that kids really be kids, until you are above 16, you are restricted from, because sometimes you go online on TikTok and you see children post things online and you're wondering, do these people not have a family that watches them? Don't they have a family that see the things that they post online? Some comments, some captions, you see teenagers, adolescents, 13, 12, 10, 14, posting some illicit videos or, pictures of themselves that they're not supposed to put out there. They're not even supposed to have access to things like that. And, there are no restrictions. Because there are no restrictions and they do not seek permission before they do those things, it's affecting them. And it's really affecting childhood, for these children. So this is, a step in the right direction. And other countries like Denmark and Norway are following suit. So now it brings us to the question of, should such a restriction, should our government, the Nigerian government, follow suit, follow in that direction? Should they follow this lead and decide to put a restriction also on our platforms, on our social media platforms, for children that are below 16? They could do the age of maybe 15, 16, 17. Should our Nigerian government also follow suit, follow in that direction? Because there's some children a lot of children now, even adolescents, they have phones. Smartphones is a normal thing for everybody now. You see a child in primary school, a child that is still very young, has a smartphone, and not just having a smartphone, is on social media, on TikTok, on Snapchat, and you're wondering, what do they really do there? Who guides the kind of content that they watch? Who guides the kind of videos that they watch? How many parents really have the time to go through their children's phones to see the kind of things that they do with their phones, to see what they use the internet for? Yes, the internet is really helpful in information, but who really guides the information that these children have access to? So it brings us to the question of, should our Nigerian government also place a ban on social media for children that are below 16 or 17? You cannot open an account on TikTok or manage an account on TikTok if you are not above 17. You cannot be on Snapchat, on X, or any other platform. Should our Nigerian government, follow suit? And also, another question is social media and the internet more harmful than helpful to children? We as adults, we have the responsibility. You have a choice, and you are an adult. You have the, what's the word now? But you can really decide what you want to do online. You don't need anyone policing you or monitoring what you do online, or what you post online, or what you watch online. That's your responsibility. But children, there are people that should be responsible for them, and monitor the things that they do, because you are their guardians. So the social media and the internet, has it done more harm than help to children? That's the second question we're asking, or I am asking, to our dear listeners. I'm sure some of you have children, or if you don't have children yet, you have siblings, younger siblings, you have children around you, cousins, friends, family members, school children, in your compound, in your environment, in your community. Children are all around you that are not even up to 16, but they are so engrossed with social media. They are so addicted already to the internet and everything. They know all the latest trends. They know everything going on. You as an adult, there's some things that you don't even know. They'll be the one telling you, oh, you don't know this is trending online, or this is what is going on now. They give you all of the gist, both the ones they are supposed to be exposed to and they should not be exposed to. So should our Nigerian government have a ban on social media for children that are below 16? That's the question I'm asking. I'll open the phone lines pretty soon, but that's after I take this song break. Yeah, after the song break, because I can see calls coming in already. After the song break, we'll take calls and messages and comments as much as possible. All right, the next song I'm about to play now, it will be the song Break, and right after that, I'll open the phone lines for all of your calls, your comments, your contributions, and your text messages on the matter. in a ban on social media for children below 16. And I'm asking the question, should our Nigerian government follow suit? Has social media and the internet done more harm than good to children? 0810 951 951. That is the number to call to be a part of the conversation. Hello, good evening. Hello.
I love you, sister. How are you?
I'm fine. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Hello?
I think your network is bad. Just try to call me back. Hello?
I can hear you now.
Alright, but it's a bit rusty.
Can you hear me?
Maybe you move away from where you are so that I can hear you very well. Hello? Alright, please try and redial. It was really, really, really noisy right there. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Franklin.
Alright, go ahead, please.
First of all, I want to ask, you guys have data?
If we have data.
Yeah. Already, your background music is actually.
Alright.
Your background music
Is what?
is high.
Oh.
Okay, so.
Alright.
So what I'm saying here is this. Do we have data? Yeah, your music is high.
I already reduced, turned down the volume, so please go ahead.
So, like I was saying, do we have the data?
The data
Currently,
for what?
the kids we have on social media, how did they get there? How can we take them out of there?
Now, yeah, that's the reason for the question. The question is, should our government place a ban on social media for children that are below 16?
It can't work in Nigeria.
Why can't it work?
You don't have the data. How do you control them? How do you know the children who are above 16 and are above?
They'll have to place a ban on social media, on these platforms. Children that, when you register an account, you have to put your name, your age, your date of birth. And so even if you lie about that, when you start posting things and pictures, of course, it can tell that this person is a child.
Well, I don't think so.
So that brings us to the second question.
Secondly, you can have an account. Already we have SIM cards that are already registered. If we are not, we buy them already registered. Definitely when you want to open an account, a SIM registration, a phone number will be required to send a code. And these children have SIMs, which we don't know where they registered them from. We don't have data who can achieve any of this. Meanwhile, social media is not really for children.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Chris.
All right, go ahead, please.
Like that should stop copying what anything they hear they want to copy. Let them bring it here. Those countries you're calling, go and change the educational system of those countries. Those countries tell that what is their children is school. It's enough for them to learn and get what they want.
All right.
The school we have there is something right to the palace. So the school, look at where they train mad people. Children are struggling with my daughter is struggling with
All right.
want to get this. And I ask her, that they don't teach people in. So she said they should, even if she doesn't really recommend those things for them. Check. Somebody check. But that means they are not teaching them anything there. They don't want to, if we want to compare ourselves, we'll call Ghana here now. Call Ghana in the room.
So our government should not follow suit to place a ban on social media for children.
Are we the same category in those countries?
Okay.
Those countries are ahead of us in terms of regulation.
All
What
right.
are you regulating here? They are battling with this security. Some of the schools don't have toilets. What are they copying now?
All
Let them
right.
copy something that is suitable. Go there and see the way they run their sector. See the way they take care of their children. See
Okay.
the way they do things. Bring those ones here. Don't
All right.
media. What are you blocking?
All right. Thank you.
These are the updated law they come up. All those things that they go and be speaking and be giving us updated law. I don't know. We don't know the head and tail. We don't need those kind of law here.
Okay. All right. I got your thoughts already. Thank you. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Good evening. You can belong.
All right. Go ahead, please.
My dear, Thank you for the good song you played for us.
All right.
But the truth is that I agree with you. Your question. They should introduce it in Nigeria.
Mm.
You ask a great question, and I will give you a straight answer.
All right.
See, the way our kids behave, you understand? When I am close to, I interact with some of them, I get shocked. How managing you have noticed, you know that they are spoiled a lot. This social media have done the damage than good to Nigerians. So I believe this government will intervene. It's not a rocket science now.
Yeah.
Like you said, the register not your age. It's very easy to know those who are
below the age and stuff.
If I have child tomorrow, if my child are not reaching 20 years, I will not give him a draw phone. Yes.
Okay.
Some parents think it's you are rich. A small girl, a small boy, kindergarten, you are giving them phone. They don't know what they are doing. Sending their new videos online. It's nonsense.
All right.
So I think parents should do a lot. In a good way.
Thank you.
When you grow up, you will not start from it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, Lona. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good evening. And what you brought up today is really one of the teaching problems Nigeria is having. First and foremost, it starts from when children. I remember about 5 years ago. I don't know whether you witnessed it. When parents buy dummy phones for their small children, they they reject it. And want that.
They want the real phones.
That mem phone. I don't know who taught little children with the difference between the dummy and the other one.
Mm.
Even when he's making those sounds that attract children when we are small.
Mm-hmm.
Now it doesn't tickle their fancy at all.
They want the real thing.
Yes, and now when they are growing, they will know their parents'
passwords,
security code.
Yeah, to
because
their
even
phones.
their parents, most of them don't know how to load cards. Buy a television today, your child of 6 years will brought it more than you.
Yeah.
So these are some of the things. Even when I've seen a child who uses the father's pattern, there's a way they
Hello?
you see that particular line and they use it to open it.
Mm.
And when you talk about the Nigerian state banning it, what are they going to use in shifting the attention of the little ones? Those countries have other things to distract them.
Okay.
So we don't just blanket and borrow what they are doing when we are not prepared for it.
Oh.
Parents are buying phones for their children who are 15, 12 years to follow them and do Yahoo. Haven't you heard it? They save money and buy phones for them to start pressing on the line. This is our problem. So we have to clear problem. Let the government deal with it.
All right. Thank you. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Good
Yes, please. Yeah.
This is Honorable Christian, please.
All right. Go ahead, please.
You know why I get angry at times concerning what Nigerian government, they always impact on some projects they can. I don't even know who always advise Nigerian government on this kind of things. How can you break this? Ordinary this call now. Do you know where I'm calling you from?
Where?
Can you just tell me where I'm calling from?
I wouldn't know.
So then how can they detect if you post picture, then from your picture and know what of if I use, like for example, now if I use my 10 years or 15 years picture and upload it, how will you know? Huh? We don't have data. Ordinary, so look at what we are doing here now. Look at how network are mixing up instead of them to talk about how to get stable network. They are talking about to detect. Detect what?
All right.
How?
So the second question of if the internet and social media has been more harmful or helpful to children that are, not up to it.
No, let me tell you what Nigerian government, what they're supposed to do. They should show the example. Those are our leaders. To show good example.
All right.
Is it not it's our senior president that told us last time when we were protesting that then they will be in the house eating ukwobi and the other things.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. So the question is, the Australian government is set to ban social media for children below 16. And I'm asking the question, should our government follow suit? Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes,
Ronan.
please. Yeah.
Advise everything.
All right. Go ahead. Very well.
The idea is good, but who is going to monitor it? My name is Kinam Konekabari.
All right.
And so now you will see that this law will be made, and the next thing you will see is that those guys that will make the law in that Senate and a representative, when they will pass the law, you will see that their children that is under 16 will receive phones with them. And okay, now when they receive phone with maybe with another children under 16, you will know that they will enforce the law on them, and their children, nothing will happen to them, and you will see it on your eye.
So I
That's
feel
the
that
problem.
if our government decides to follow suit, there will be a bias that it will only be children of the public.
Yes, that is the problem, and it's happening with every other sectors. You will see that if the same thing that you will do and police will pick you, some other people will do, and they will just look at it as it is normal.
All right.
And that is the problem we are having in Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Hello, good evening. Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, the one and only beautiful Luna.
Yes.
A blessed one to you and a bad one to all the bad politicians. This government, you don't know what they're doing.
All right, go ahead, please.
My sister Luna, you see, in as much as this banding of young people from whether internet or social media, what the children need is how to guide them. And because some of these children now, you see, they do internet work in their class work. It's to guide them right. But the real thing is that is our so-called leader that we should ban them from having access to phone, whereby they will only be collecting their salary, have access to their salary. Because you see, they use our own taxpayers' money to fight us, use our institution to fight us. Just imagine the Anambra State election now. They were buying votes. Where did they got money from? They were using it to buy votes, to have the meander that way and continue to be in office. Now, look at the main issue that is on ground. They are talking about banning children from internet. Our institutions are not working. None is working. They are just for themselves and for the politician.
All right.
Just imagine now, you see, as you know, it's in a position. If you do something wrong now, you see institution will into work. If it is the people who are in government do something, the institution will not look at it, they are there.
So you feel if such a thing happens in Nigeria, like our government, there'll be biases?
That is it. They always use it against the opponent or the common people. They will not use it. Their own children will be doing this, using the internet. Their own small children, even 5 kids, will be using it.
All right.
But the common people and the opposition people, that is where they will go for. This government is not working. They just change this government and some certain things about them. So
all right.
Make things right. When the head is good, the body will be okay.
All right, got your thoughts already. Thank you. 0810-951-0951. That is the number to call to be a part of the conversation. You can send a text message. You can send a WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
That's why I'm the program.
Thank you.
So, I don't think it is long term. I don't think that can happen in Nigeria.
Why? Why do you think so?
No way. There is no way. You can see Nigeria. You can't compare us to countries here. When I see what is happening in Nigeria, not how we are going. Which one would then reflect that? It seems to remember to
All right.
don't let it excuse. Don't have parents again. I'm talking about the aspect of
Okay.
can you walk? Let's resume for another thing.
All right. Okay. Please keep your calls coming in. What are your thoughts on the matter? Your contribution on the matter, your opinion is highly appreciated. 0810 9510 951. That is the number to call to join in on the conversation. Do not forget, you can send a text message. You can send a WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. You know, the idea of children on social media sometimes, if not properly controlled or guided or monitored, can be very harmful than helpful. You see some videos online of children saying things. Some of them just put their phones and start making videos that are not appropriate for their age. And they post it online because they have direct access to these platforms. You can just open an account and start posting whatever. You can just come online and you're watching videos and you're seeing things online that ordinarily, if you were being monitored or guided, you would not have access to such things. Now, the Australian government have said that they are set to put a ban on social media platforms for children that are below 16. The goal and the aim is that these children can have their childhood and really enjoy their childhood away from social media, away from, certain things that they should not be exposed to. So they would just have put that attention and that time into other productive things, skills, hobbies, go to places where they can really just be children without the pressure and things that they should not have access to online. And then it brought the question of, should the Nigerian government follow suit? There are other countries that are following that law or that act to restrict children from having access to open accounts, to manage accounts. I sometimes I'm on TikTok and I'm scrolling through TikTok and I'm seeing videos I'm like, this is clearly a child. Why is a child like this posting things like this online? Because there are no restrictions, and also brought the question of, is it more harmful than helpful to children? We know that the internet, yes, has a lot of advantages. The information are out there. Learning is made easier, the advent of AI now, there are lots of things that, you can learn by yourself. It can be self-taught on certain things. But as much as it's helpful, if not properly managed for children, people that are not even able to decide or to pick what is right and wrong per se, it can be very dangerous to them. Now, the question of, should our government follow suit? Should our Nigerian government place a ban on social media for children? That's the question we've been asking. And a lot of persons have called in to say, they think it can work, it cannot work, we do not have the data, or it's a good idea if it's done because, a lot of children have gone astray or gone the other way because of access to the internet. Do not forget you can send a text message very quickly to 0701 933 9962. For calls 0810 9510 951. Zero 0810-951-0951. That is the number to call. To send a text message, 0701 933 9962. Alright, this message here says, good evening to you, lady presenter. Good evening. I am a bearer of Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told, social media have done more harm than good in our underage children reasoning. No zeal for hard work and excellent results. They want quick and easy shortcuts to success without paying the price for working hard toward it. Nothing more government can do to stop it, because their children and grandchildren are involved. God help us all. All right, this other message here says, good evening to you, presenter. If our government decides to place a ban on social media, then it has to be fully implemented and strict. And yes, social media has done more harm to children under the age of 16 because of the things they watch online. All right, 5 more minutes to wrap up the show. Can take one more or 2 more calls before we wrap up, and then I have another song to wrap up the thrill. 0810-951-0951 for calls, 0701-933-9962 for text messages or WhatsApp messages. That's the WhatsApp line. That's the line for text messages. right, this is where I wrap up the show on Today 95.1 FM on The Thrill. Thank you all so much for your calls and text messages on the matter. We'll be here tomorrow evening again, 9 p.m. I don't know if I can take this call, but you have to wrap up your thought very quickly. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes,
How are
please.
you?
I'm fine, thank you.
My name is Uguchi. I'm calling from Liverpool.
All right, please go ahead. Hello? Oops, that call dropped. Try to redial. I'm sure I can take your call. I really want to hear what your contribution on the matter before I wrap up the show. 0810-951-0951 is the number to call. If you want to send a text message or a WhatsApp message, you can do that to 0701 933 9962. All right, this is where we wrap it up. Tomorrow evening, 9 p.m. Keep a date with me on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Rona Agbara. The world news comes up at 10. Right after that, the world today. And right after that, Focus on Africa. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Mossop decry continued hardship faced 30 years after execution of Ogoni 9. EFCC declares former Minister of State for Petroleum Timipre Silva wanted. On the foreign scene, Nepal arrests 400 people following deadly September uprising. Details shortly. The movement for the survival of the Ogoni people, Mossop, has decried the continued hardship faced by the Ogoni people 30 years after the execution of the Ogoni 9 by the military government. President of Mossop, Professor Andawai Ogosu, stated this at an event marking the 30th anniversary of the Ogoni martyrs held at the Mossop Peace and Freedom Center, Bori, in Kana local government area of Rivers State. Professor Y. Ogosu lamented the persistent environmental pollution and long-term exposure to harmful carbon emissions, which he said continues to claim lives and destroy communities across Ogoni land.
It's supposed to have been on ground, a social welfare package that would take care of the children or the wives of those that died. So what did we do? We decided to visit all the families of that 13 that lost their breadwinners. We did. And we're giving them encouragement that most of it is going to come out with some program. So we need to put our thinking cap and start thinking about the future. Pray for the youth. Because there's so much distrust in us, so much fear in us, to the point we are trying to reduce Ogoni, which is one ethnic group, to micro-ethnic groups. Because of what? Because of sentiments.
Earlier, the chairman of the 30th Anniversary Planning Committee, Anselm John Myler, urged members of the Ogoni Dialogue Committee to mark public their submissions to President Bola Tinubu to promote transparency and inclusivity in the ongoing peace process.
What Mossop has decided to do is to get back to the grassroots, reconnect with the people, and make sure they understand where we are. Where federal government under President Bola Tinubu has initiated dialogue with Ogoni people. That is why it is very important that Ogoni people seize this opportunity to make sure that we get it right. We have to tell the government what the people want, not what the individuals want. The people are talking about a Bori state, about unbundling of OML 11. The people are talking about having a stake in oil production, whereby we can also enjoy from the value chain.
In their separate remarks, the president of the National Youth Council of Ogoni People, Raymond Uwibani, and the representative of the Federation of Ogoni Women's Association, FOA, Patricia Kabari, appealed to the River State government to support and remember the families of the Ogoni martyrs who had served the state before their deaths.
Today we are marking a celebration of our husbands that were brutally murdered. Yesterday we went around to visit the widows of these men, and it was a pathetic situation. So I want to appeal that the federal government should remember the Ogoni women at the grassroots. Those widows of the women that lost their lives for this struggle should not be left behind.
The president have done so well by acknowledging our heroes. And now that the president has done that, we are further now calling on the state government led by Governor Similaye Fubara to emulate that which the president has done. Kensaro we were once serve in this state as a commissioner. We know Kobani as a former commissioner, and a lot of them. We are asking the governor of River State to honor these families so that they can fall back to the wives and children of these fallen heroes.
A former delegate of the Movement for the Survival of the Ogoni People, Mossop, at the United Nations, John Ndamukwe, has appealed to President Bola Tinubu to wipe away the tears of the Ogoni people and bring an end to bloodshed in Niger Delta region. Ndamukwe, an environmental public policy consultant and former aide to the late Ken Saro-Wiwa, who made the appeal in a statement in Port Harcourt, expressed regret that successive governments have continued to neglect the Ogoni ethnic nationality and failed to address the causes championed by Saro-Wiwa and other activists. In a commemoration of the execution of the Ogoni 9, Ndamukwe lamented that beyond their deaths and those of the Ogoni 4, over 4,000 natives have lost their lives in the struggle for environmental justice, with no one held accountable for the killings. He noted that the Ogoni struggle helped to strengthen the pro-democracy movement during Nigeria's military era, especially against the dictatorship of the late General Sani Abacha. While recalling that the President Tinubu himself has repeatedly acknowledged the influence of the Ogoni struggle on Nigeria's democratic journey, the former MOSAP delegates emphasized that the Ogonis will not forget the suffering, environmental degradation, and human rights violations endured as documented by reports from the United Nations fact-finding mission to Nigeria. The Justice Oputa panel, the UNEP report, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, among others. Indamkwe further described Ken Saro-Wiwa as a patriot and visionary leader who inspired environmental awareness and activism across the Niger Delta. The Amnesty International has demanded the federal government must totally clear the names of executed 9 Ogoni activists who were brutally executed by the military government rather than offering posthumous pardons. The Amnesty International, in commemoration of the execution of environmental activist Ken Saro-Wiwa and other Ogoni 8, said the pardon granted falls short of justice the Ogoni 9 and their families deserve. The country director of Amnesty International, Issa Sanusi, said the activists were brutally executed in 1995 by a regime seeking to conceal the crimes of Shell and other oil companies, which have devastated the lives and livelihoods of tens of thousands of people in the Niger Delta through oil spills and leaks. Sanusi, during an event in Port Harcourt marking 30 years since the brutal execution of the Ogoni 9, claimed the executions were the culmination of a brutal campaign by Nigeria's military government to silence the protest of the movement for the survival of the Ogoni people, MOSOP, led by Ken Saro-Wiwa, which campaigned against oil pollution and gas flaring in the region.
In June 2025, the Nigerian government pardoned the Ogoni 9. While Amnesty International welcomed the news, but it fell short of justice to the Ogoni 9 and their families. The Ogoni 9, led by Nigeria's leading author and campaigner Ken Saro-Wiwa, were brutally executed in November 1995 by the regime that wanted to hide the crimes of Shell and other oil companies. The companies were destroying and continue to destroy the lives and livelihood of tens of thousands of people across the Niger Delta as a result of their devastating oil spills and leaks. While their pardon was a step forward, the Ogoni 9 deserve full exoneration.
The country director of Amnesty International further called on Shell to engage in meaningful consultations with affected communities regarding its plans for disengagement. He emphasized that irrespective of any divestment, Shell must present a comprehensive remediation plan detailing both completed and ongoing cleanup efforts across its areas of operation, as well as adequate compensation for the severe and sustained harm caused to Niger Delta communities.
The oil spills have caused permanent damage to farmlands, waterways, and drinking water, affecting people's health and living communities unable to farm or fish. The execution of these activists has given the Nigerian government and oil companies, including Shell, license to crack down on protests and intimidate people of Niger Delta who have been demanding justice and an end to their toxic pollution. This year saw them take Shell to the UK's Royal High Courts of Justice to demand the oil giant clean up the oil spills that have wrecked their livelihood, health, and caused widespread devastation to the local environment.
Today FM's Uchendu Ejiowar reports that earlier, members of Amnesty International, led by the country director, staged a walk within Isaac Borough Park in Mile 1, Port Harcourt, carrying placards with various inscriptions to commemorate Ken Saro-Wiwa and the other Ogoni 8. Property owners along Cinnamon and Iroko Drive within Cedarwood Estate in Rumagolu Community, Obiakpo Local Government Area of River State, have expressed concern after Stephen Yegwa allegedly made good his threats to demolish properties in the area. Today FM correspondent who visited the scene reports that fences around some empty landed properties were pulled down, while some lands were dug up for resealing and fencing. Actions eyewitnesses and landlords attributed to Yegwa and his team. Two affected landlords, Wisdom Tambari and Ifeanyi Wachiku, narrated how Nyegwa, through his legal representative, had earlier marked some properties for demolition, saying they were surprised he finally carried out the threat. They also questioned the involvement of police officers, alleging they were being used to intimidate property owners, and likened Nyegwa's actions to that of land grabbers, calling for urgent government intervention.
Came here and we have been already laid this fence or put gates. He now come and order the police and the boys to push down this fence. He stand here and say, let them push the fence down.
One man they called on call, named Stephen Nyegwa, just woke up one morning like that and start marking our plots, empty plots and the built up area marked for demolition. Without a court order, they have dug foundation, trying to allocate the land to another person, trying to sell the land. The land we bought several years ago and threatening to demolish other ones also. And I find out that all this he comes to do, he comes with the police. Before we have called the Inspector General of Police, the River State Police Commissioner. Please, they should intervene in all this case before it gets out of hand. He can't be coming here with the police to threaten all of us, trying to grab our land.
Another landlord, Manubuchi MM Chioma, said residents have suffered in the hands of Stephen Nyegwa over the past month, especially with the recent marking and demolition of their properties. He called on the Inspector General of Police, the River State Commissioner of Police, and the Obiakpo Local Government Area Chairman to intervene urgently.
This issue started by one Stephen Nyegwa. He came here with talks marking on our wall for demolition by court order. If there's any court order from any court, I think those orders should be presented. So we're using this medium to call on the Inspector General of Police, the Commissioner of Police, the Obiakpo Local Government Chairman, and the committee he has set up against land grabbing, that they should come and intervene in what is happening in this estate. It is getting out of hand. We are law-abiding citizens. We don't want to take the law into our hands.
Reacting to the allegations, Stephen Nyegwa admitted authorizing the demolition, saying it was part of efforts to reclaim his family's land, which he claimed was illegally sold amid an ongoing legal dispute between his late father and one Bartholomew Egonu. Nyegwa called on the Nigerian police, state security services and other security agencies to invite all parties for proper investigation to determine the rightful owner of the land.
The land equation which they said that I fought a fence. It was the land equation which would that the judgment of Court of Appeal. I went there to dug the remaining 2%, where Apostle have covered 98%. The remaining 2%, the vacant land. I went there to dug it digging to hold that one, but I was surprised. They went there and erased a fence after I must have done a digging. That was why my family went there and pushed it down. And when you want to establish malicious damage, you establish the ownership. I did not deny. It was my younger cousin sent them to bring it down. And anything that they do in the vacant land, I'm bringing it down. Let the law and let the general public should ask a question that does any man has right to give out a land that is under litigation. If I cannot prove that the land belongs to Aka, then the law should take its place.
You are listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The chairman of the Community Development Committee, CDC, in Umwehe Alu, Ikore Local Government Area, River State, Azubike Justin, has announced that criminal elements disturbing the community have been driven out. Speaking to Today FM Magnus Mwawa, Justin said the CDC, in collaboration with the youth body, has been working tirelessly to ensure a sustainable, peaceful environment where development can thrive across the community. He stressed that the primary role of the CDC in any community is to complement the efforts of traditional chiefs in promoting peace and local development.
Function of the CDC chairman is to bring development, see how to bring in people for development of the community. If there is any inch of any issue in the community, we intervene to make sure that the whole area will be in peace. Even in the community, we make sure that there won't be some reports of criminalities in the area. To what has been playing within the globe or even in the states, my community have been a peaceful community, and with the action of both the CDC and the youth leader, including the CDC members, the criminalities in this environment has finally been flushed.
The chairman of the Science Teachers Association of Nigeria, STAN, River State Chapter, Peters Nwago, has stressed that the importance of science as a catalyst for global peace and development. Nwago, who spoke with Today FM's Magnus Nwawa on the sidelines of this year's World Science Day, said government and relevant agencies must take deliberate steps to realize this vision through effective policy frameworks, capacity building, adequate funding of research, and conferences. He noted that science does not only transform societies but also plays a vital role in addressing challenges in climate change, energy, and the health sector.
Government has a crucial role to play in promoting science for sustainability through funding and prioritization, through policy framework, through infrastructural, through capacity building. And again, it is well known that science helps in positively transforming the society by looking at the area of climate change, looking at the area of health, looking at the area of energy. And so we say that by enabling trust and driving transformation and planning for tomorrow, science becomes a catalyst that turns global challenges into opportunities for peace.
The stand boss further observed that scientific knowledge and the skills should be encouraged from primary and secondary school levels, stressing the need to build and equip functional laboratories that will help groom young scientists capable of driving the nation's industrialization agenda.
The theme for this year calls on us to rebuild trust in science by being transparent and accountable. It urges a transformation of how we produce and apply knowledge, and that is why every facet of the society should be able to include the scientific culture. What does that mean? If we go to schools around River State, majority of the schools don't have what we call laboratory. If government should support, non-governmental agencies should support the reaping of laboratories in school, that will encourage the study of science. It will encourage the children in carrying out practical activities.
The Economic Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has declared former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timi Pre Silva, wanted over an alleged case of conspiracy and dishonest conversion of $14,859,257. In a public notice, the Commission's spokesperson, Dele Oyewale, said the funds were provided by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board for Atlantic International Refinery and Petrochemical. In a public notice, according to the notice, the development is pursuant to a November 6, 2025 warrant of the Lagos State High Court. It also urged anyone with useful information as to his whereabouts to contact the Commission in its Ibadan, Uyo, Sokoto, Maiduguri, Benin, Makurdi, Kaduna, Ilorin, Enugu, Kano, Lagos, Gombe, Port Harcourt, or Abuja offices, or the nearest police station and other security agencies. On the foreign scene, Nepal's police have arrested 423 people accused of crimes ranging from murder to vandalism during a deadly mass uprising that toppled the government. According to police data, the suspects also face charges including illegal possession and use of weapons, theft, and indecent behavior. Police spokesman Abi Kafel said the protest led by youth under the banner of Gen Z erupted on September 8 after the government imposed a social media ban compounded by economic hardship and growing anger over corruption. Violence over 2 days left at least 70 people died, including 63 protesters, 10 escaped prisoners, and 3 police officers. Thousands of demonstrators attacked over 2,700 structures nationwide, including government offices, police stations, businesses, and private residences. During the arrests, some protesters reportedly brandished rifles seized from police, and around 14,500 detainees escaped from prison, with 5,020 still at large. Following the uprising, former Chief Justice Sushila Karaki was nominated via social media and appointed interim prime minister until elections scheduled for March 2026. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Mossop has decried continued hardship 30 years after the execution of Ogoni 9. We told you that the EFCC has declared former Minister of State for Petroleum, Timi Pre Silva, wanted. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Nepal has arrested over 400 people following the deadly September uprising. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Okorie. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. The headlines. Sudan Doctors Network accuses RSF of burning bodies to conceal mass killings in Darfur. France urges citizens to leave Mali, join US and UK in security warning. China concludes plan to suspend special port fees on US vessels for 1 year. Details shortly. A Sudanese medical organization has accused the Rapid Support Forces (RSF) of attempting to cover up evidence of mass killings in Darfur by burning bodies and burying victims in mass graves. In a statement, the Sudan Doctors Network said RSF fighters were collecting hundreds of bodies from the streets of El Fasher following their bloody takeover of the city on October 26. The group described the act as a desperate attempt to erase their crimes, warning that atrocities could not be hidden through concealment or burning. According to the International Organization for Migration, IOM, about 82,000 people have fled El Fasher, while had a population of 260,000 since the RSF captured the last Sudanese army stronghold in Darfur. The RSF, which evolved from the Janjaweed militia accused of genocide in the early 2000s, has been fighting Sudan's military for control of the country since April 2023. Between 2003 and 2008, an estimated 300,000 people were killed and nearly 3 million displaced in ethnic violence in Darfur. Meanwhile, the United Nations and International Rights Group have warned of continuing atrocities, mass displacement, and ethnic targeting as Sudan's war, now its second year, continues to escalate. France has joined the United States and United Kingdom in urging its citizens to leave Mali. The French Foreign Ministry's urgent warning comes as jihadist violence intensifies, with 14 Malian civilians reported killed in recent days in the town of Lere. The security and economic crisis have been largely driven by the Al-Qaeda-linked group for the support of Islam and Muslims, JNIM, which has imposed a crippling blockade on fuel imports, paralyzing the Malian economy. The escalating violence has forced the states to close schools and universities nationwide, while access to electricity has become severely compromised, creating a dire humanitarian and security predicament. Authorities in Tanzania have charged hundreds of people with treason over demonstrations around disputed polls last month. The incident happened in a major escalation of political tension as the country reels from violence in which an unknown number of people were killed. In addition to dozens criminally charged in Dar es Salaam, dozens more face similar treason charges elsewhere in the East African nation, a situation which is revealed in the numerous charge sheets that became publicly available Saturday. Wanted suspects include Josephat Gwajima, an influential preacher who had his church deregistered earlier this year after he criticized the government over rights abuses. Police also issued arrest warrants for some of the top opposition officials who had not yet been jailed. They include Brenda Rupia, communications director for the Chadema opposition group, as well as John Nyika, its secretary general. The leader, Tundu Lissu, has been jailed for several months and also faces treason charges after he urged electoral reforms before voting on October 29. Meanwhile, Tanzania's Vice President Emmanuel Nchimbi announced that the government of President Samia Suluhu Hassan has taken steps to restore harmony. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, China says it would suspend for 1 year special port fees on U.S. vessels simultaneously with Washington's pause on levies targeting Chinese ships as a fragile trade truce between the superpowers continues to take shape. The United States and China have been involved in a volatile trade and tariff war for months, but agreed to walk back some punitive measures after President Xi Jinping and Donald Trump met last month in South Korea. At one point, duties on both sides had reached prohibitive triple-digit levels, hampering trade between the world's two largest economies and snarling global supply chains. In a statement, the Transport Ministry said the suspension of the port fees, which applied to ships operated by or built in the United States that visited Chinese ports, began earlier today. The U.S. shipbuilding industry was dominant after the Second World War, but has gradually declined and now accounts for just 0.1% of global output. The sector is now dominated by Asia, with China building nearly half of all ships launched, ahead of South Korea and Japan. Thailand says it is suspending the implementation of its peace deal with neighboring Cambodia over a disputed border just 2 weeks after Donald Trump presided over its signing. A government spokesman said Thailand's announcement came after soldiers were injured in a landmine explosion near the Cambodian border in Sisaket province. Cambodia has said it remains committed to the deal, which is supposed to bring a lasting peace following border clashes which left more 40 people dead in July. The two sides signed the agreements, which Thailand has refused to call a peace deal, in October during a ceremony with the U.S. president in Malaysia. One body has been found and dozens others missing after a boat carrying about 90 people sank near the Thailand-Malaysia border. According to the Malaysian Maritime Authority, at least 10 survivors were found, while the status of two other boats carrying a similar number of people remains unknown. Among the survivors found in the waters were 3 Myanmar nationals, 2 Rohingya refugees, and a Bangladeshi man. The incident is believed to have happened near Taruto Island, just north of the popular Malaysian resort island of Langwanki. It was learned that the Malaysia-bound people initially boarded a large vessel, but as they neared the border, they were instructed to transfer onto 3 smaller boats, each carrying about 100 people, to avoid detection by the authorities. Israel has received the body of a soldier killed in an ambush by Hamas in 2014, Lieutenant Hadgar Golden, whose body has been held in Gaza since then. The Israeli military said Lieutenant Golden, who was 23 when he died, was formally identified and will now be buried. He left behind parents, a sister, 2 brothers, and a fiancée. Hamas armed wing had said on Sunday that it would hand over Golden's body as part of a ceasefire deal. Hamas has now returned all 20 living hostages and 24 out of 28 deceased hostages under the first phase of the deal. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said earlier on Sunday that Golden's family would now be able to give him a Jewish burial and reiterated his intention to bring back the bodies of all deceased hostages. At least 2 people have been killed and over 1 million residents displaced, with villages submerged after Typhoon Fungwang battered the Philippines. The massive storm, spanning nearly the entire archipelago, slammed into the country's eastern seaboard, uprooting trees and flooding towns in its path. It struck just 2 days after Typhoon Kamalgi killed at least 224 people in the central Philippines. Cleanup operations were underway from Cagayan province in the far north to Catanduanes Island, more than 1,000 kilometers to the south. In Cagayan Provincial Rescue, Chief Welly Raspin said flash floods from neighboring Apayao province caused the Chico River to overflow, forcing residents to flee to higher ground. More than 5,000 people were evacuated before floodwaters from the overflowing Cagayan River submerged the small city of Tuguegarao. Meanwhile, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has announced the extension of the state of national calamity declared after Typhoon Kamalgi for another year, as the country struggles with consecutive disasters. Indonesia has named former President Suharto a national hero. despite accusations of human rights abuses carried out by his regime. Suharto was named among 10 honorees given the title of National Hero today. The award decided by President Prabowo Subianto. Suharto's former son-in-law has stirred criticism among activists and academics who cite the deceased military leader's record of mass human rights violations, corruption and nepotism during his 3-decade rule. The award at the National Hero Day ceremony means that Suharto shares the honor with a list of more than 200 people, including Sukarno, leader of Indonesia's independence movement and the country's first democratically elected president. Every year, the title of National Hero is awarded to Indonesians who have contributed significantly to the Southeast Asian archipelago's development. Suharto, who died in 2008, aged 86, ruled Indonesia with an iron fist for more than 3 decades after seizing control from Sukarno in 1967 following a failed military coup. Russia said it was delusional to think Ukraine could win the war, while Moscow's army had captured 3 more villages on the sprawling front line. Moscow is trying to press its advantage in manpower and equipment, but territorial gains have been slow and costly. With both sides heavily entrenched almost 4 years after Russia launched its all-out invasion of Ukraine. Moscow has also disclosed fighting to protect Russian speakers in the east of Ukraine to prevent the NATO military bloc moving eastwards and to remove neo-Nazis from power in Ukraine, after all of which have been rejected as baseless by Kiev and its Western partners. They say the conflict, which has resulted in the deaths of 10,000 people, has spiraled into Europe's largest since World War II, is nothing more than an imperial-style land grab. However, Moscow has rejected calls to agree to a ceasefire and drop its demands. Nepal's police have arrested 423 people accused of crimes ranging from murder to vandalism during a deadly mass uprising in September that toppled the government. The suspects also face charges that include the illegal possession and use of weapons, as well as theft and indecent behavior. The movement was more broadly fueled by economic hardship and growing anger over corruption. At least 67 people were killed in 2 days of violence, including 63 protesters, 10 escaped prisoners, and 3 police officers. Meanwhile, thousands of activists used the group chat app Discord in the aftermath of the uprising to nominate the former Chief Justice Sushila Karaki as their preferred interim leader. A deal aimed at ending the U.S. government shutdown has passed the Senate, paving the way for the record-breaking impasse to be broken. After a weekend of negotiations in Washington, a minority of Democrats joined with Republicans and voted in favor of an agreement. The vote is a procedural first step towards passing a compromise to fund the government since it ran out of money 1 October. The vote will need to clear several more hurdles, including a vote from the House of Representatives before federal employees and services return. But it is the first serious sign of progress after 40 days of deadlock. The current shutdown is the longest on record in the U.S. Until this weekend, it appeared that Republican and Democratic lawmakers were locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, many government services have been suspended since October, and around 1.4 million federal employees are on paid leave or working without pay. Former French President Nicolas Sarkozy has been set free from prison after a judge ordered his release from jail pending an appeal hearing over Libyan funding. During the examination of Sarkozy's request in court earlier today, prosecutors have requested the 70-year-old be freed after 20 days in jail that the former president called a nightmare. A lower court in September found the right-wing politician, who was head of state from 2007 to 2012, guilty of seeking to acquire funding from Muammar Gaddafi's Libya for the campaign that saw him elected, and sentenced him to 5 years behind bars. He entered jail on October 21, becoming the first former head of a European Union state to be incarcerated, and his lawyers swiftly sought his release. Sarkozy's appeal hearing is due to take place in March. That story from France concludes tonight's edition of The World Today. Is produced by Odinakachi Celestine of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. We told you that Sudan Doctors Network has accused RSF of burning bodies to conceal mass killings in Darfur. You heard that France has urged citizens to leave Mali, join US and UK in the security warning. We also told you that China has concluded plans to suspend special port fees on US vessels for 1 year. Finally, Thailand has suspended Cambodia peace deal. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
BBC World Service, I'm Audrey Brown in London with Focus on Africa. Are hijacked buildings still a problem in Johannesburg? Africa Eye investigates ahead of the G20 summit.
Cleaning up the city isn't just as simple as removing people and cleaning. People who are removed from a building must be then placed into another safe area. What we found is that there's a stalemate here. Not much can be done, certainly not in time for the G20.
What's behind the fuel, electricity and water crisis in Burundi? The official explanation is that there is no foreign currency.
The country's leaders have been saying that it is because there is no foreign currency to import the fuel. But what we see is that the country does not export many things, so that they can't get foreign currency.
And why were there protests to stop the gala opening of the Museum of West African Art in Nigeria? That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Donald Trump has sent a letter to the BBC threatening legal action over a documentary which misrepresented his comments before his supporters stormed the Capitol building in January 2021. A spokesperson said the letter was being reviewed. Earlier, the BBC chair, Samir Shah, described the way that Mr. Trump's speech had been edited as an error of judgment.
The apologising is for the way the team edited President Trump's speech to his supporters on January the 6th. There are real issues here. They're over a 3-year period. And just let me say, the BBC in those 3 years has produced hundreds and hundreds of hours of outstanding journalism on television, on audio, on online. We have, and we do a great job there. But inevitably, we make mistakes.
Thailand says it's suspending the implementation of a ceasefire deal with neighbouring Cambodia. It comes after a landmine blast near the border injured at least 2 Thai soldiers. The deal was meant to bring an end to July's border clashes, which killed at least 43 people. A spokesperson for the Thai government commented on the incident.
What just happened with the Thai soldiers stepping on a landmine is unacceptable. The Prime Minister supports everything the armed forces will do, and the joint declaration that we have been doing will stop. You may also ask about whether it will delay the release of Cambodian soldiers on the 12th of November. This will also stop.
A court in Paris has granted the former French President Nicolas Sarkozy early release from jail just weeks after he started a 5-year sentence. Mr. Sarkozy was found guilty of conspiring to obtain election campaign funds from the late Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi. The former president insisted he was innocent. Hugh Schofield has more details.
When he was convicted and then sent to jail 3-4 weeks ago, we were reporting then that very quickly there would be this appeal lodged by his lawyers to the judge who decides on whether prisoners should stay in jail or not. The prosecutor in the trial said he should be released. That's because of his age, 70 years old. It's because of prison overcrowding. It's because there's no threat that he's deemed to have towards the public, and there's no threat of his absconding. So everything argues that he should be released in a land where prisons are overcrowded. So no surprise at all.
The trial of the daughter of the former South African president, Jacob Zuma, is underway at the High Court in Durban. Duduzile Zuma Zambudla is accused of using social media to incite violence during protests 4 years ago after her father was arrested for disobeying a court order in relation to a corruption inquiry. 350 people were killed during the protests. She has pleaded not guilty. World News from the BBC. There are reports that around 200 people have been killed in clashes between rival jihadist groups in northeast Nigeria. French media is saying that the fighting broke out on Sunday between Boko Haram and a rival group in Borno State. The two groups split in 2016 over ideological differences and have been fighting over territory ever since. Police in India say they've uncovered a large stash of explosives and weapons from an apartment in Faridabad near Delhi. Officials say more than 300 kilograms of explosives, an AK-47 rifle and ammunition were found. A doctor from Jammu and Kashmir who was renting the accommodation has been arrested. Police say the doctor was also wanted in connection with putting up posters supporting the Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed group, which is designated a terror organisation by India. In China, a commercial space company hoping to make its stock market debut has failed with the launch of its latest rocket. Galactic Energy said its Ceres-1 rocket suffered an abnormal engine shutdown 10 minutes after liftoff in northwest China. It's the second mission failure for the firm among a dozen launches over the past 2 years. A neurosurgeon in the US has used a robot to carry out the first transatlantic stroke surgery on a dead body over 6,400 kilometres away in Scotland. Ricardo Hannell removed blood clots that had formed after a stroke from his base in Florida. Professor Iris Grunwald previously carried out a similar remote operation in Scotland. She welcomed the latest success.
It felt as if we were witnessing the first glimpse on what the future is going to be. I believe that this is the future of providing equitable access to patients across the world, regardless of what postcode they live in, so that they can immediately have access to thrombectomy. And we felt as if we were witnessing and we were part of this revolution where previously this was thought to be science fiction.
That's the latest. BBC News.
Hello, I'm Audrey Brown, and today in Focus on Africa, are hijacked buildings still a problem in Johannesburg? Africa Eye has been investigating ahead of the big economic summit, the G20, coming up in the city later this month. What is it like living without proper fuel, water and electricity supplies in Burundi?
The lack of water makes it difficult to take bath, to cook or to do laundry. We find ourselves in conditions where there is no hygiene. Regarding fuel, things have become very expensive, especially transportation. This makes essential goods very expensive.
We'll hear what's behind the crisis and how government proposes to deal with it. And why were there protests to stop the gala opening of the prestigious Museum of West African Art in Nigeria?
The protesters' anger centers on sense of exclusion, and they feel the museum does not reflect the Edo community's role or identity. Many believe the museum's name change from Edo Museum of West African Art to simply MOA, which is the Museum of West African Art, symbolized a detachment from its local roots.
It's Monday, the 10th of November. First, we go to South Africa. World leaders will be gathering in Johannesburg later this month for the first ever G20 summit on African soil. First, a bit about the G20 and why this is important. The Group of 20 comprises the world's largest economies, plus the European Union and the African Union. The idea behind it is to provide a platform upon which developed and developing economies can cooperate on issues of global economic and political concern. It was born out of the financial shocks that swept the world in the late 1990s, and member states like Argentina, China, Canada, South Korea, Turkey, Japan, Mexico, the UK and the US represent 85% of the world's wealth, 2/3 of the world's population, and 75% of global trade. So it's kind of a big deal. Interestingly, South Africa was one of the countries that made up the initial grouping. Johannesburg, City of Gold, once an integral part of the global financial system due to the mineral revolution of the 19th century in southern Africa, is where the summit will take place. Johannesburg used to be swish, built on money made from the cheap labor that extracted gold and coal and diamonds. Unfortunately, the city is a far cry from what it once was. Turns out gold can tarnish. The city centre is riddled with abandoned and derelict buildings, many of which have been hijacked by criminal gangs. In August 2023, at least 75 people died in a fire in one of those buildings. Did that shocking tragedy arrest the rot? Doesn't appear so. Earlier this year, President Cyril Ramaphosa demanded that the city take action to address the spread of squalid residential buildings. BBC Africa Eye reporter Ayanda Charlie has been checking up to see what life is like in a so-called hijacked building.
A hijacked building is a building that's been taken over by a third party who isn't the landlord. And essentially what they do is that they, through either intimidation or other means, start to take over the building and collect rent from tenants. The rent doesn't make it to the landlord. Some of these buildings don't have tenants. They are just hijacked by criminal forces, and so there are no residents who pay rent, but gang members or criminals who live in there, and various kind of gang activity happens in there.
And how many such buildings are there in Johannesburg specifically? Because it seems like it's a phenomenon. I'm sure it happens elsewhere, but it's concentrated in Johannesburg.
There's an estimated total of about 700, although we were only able to identify 102. I think it's also important to say, just on the hijacked buildings point, that the human rights terminology around this says that if there are residents, regular human beings who aren't criminals who are living in it, then they prefer to call it occupied buildings, and hijacked buildings being then only buildings in which there are simply gang members or criminal forces.
You actually met a resident, right? And you went on a walkabout through one of the buildings. Let's just listen to what you found.
How are you, ma'am?
Good, thank you. Take me from floor to floor and show me around. Yeah. Who's leading me? No water?
No water, no electricity.
So
we use gases and solar light.
Oh, this is your kitchen area.
Yeah, it's my kitchen area.
Yeah, it's and then how do you cook?
I'm using gas stove.
Gas stove. So you all have gas stoves, but there's no fire extinguisher, there's no water supply. Like, if there was a fire, what would you do?
Which means to throw the water with a bucket.
Ayanda, I suddenly got the chills when they say they extinguish fires with water. Remembering the fire, was it 3 years ago, where more than 75 people died. You also spoke to somebody who might have been involved in the criminality of taking over a building, right? Just tell us about that.
So we spoke to someone who is an ex-hijacker. He made it very clear that he has since left a life of crime and has left the city itself. And he said essentially that he, as a youngster, when he was involved in drug deals, he was taken by an older gang leader and was given the task of appropriating a building for not just occupation by other gang members and himself, but also for other criminal activity to happen in that building.
How it goes, you must first having a good relationship with the council. Having a good relationship with city council and police is a matter of cash. If you don't take the cash, he must die. Some other time they can bring your kids back from school to your home.
They can pick your kids up from school
and bring them home and watch you in your eyes and tell you that, buddy, don't think this is the end. This is the start.
You were involved in the drug trade. You were involved in hijacking buildings. You did cause misery to a lot of people. How do you feel about that?
It's a pain to me because people died in these buildings. People went missing. I'm sorry for the wrong path in my life.
That was somebody whose words we had said by an actor, right? And he's essentially talking about collusion between the police and criminal actors. Did you get a response from the city authorities or the police to find out what exactly this relationship is? Did they respond in any way to allegations of complicity in criminal activity?
So the police did not reply to our questions around if they had knowledge on this, but we did speak to a representative of the city council, Mr. Ntatisi Modingwane.
In our investigation thus far, we have not had any credible reports that seems to suggest that there might be any wrongdoing. Yes, some of the buildings are scary, to say the least, but we will intensify our operations.
That's Ntatisi Modingwane, who speaks for the city. He says that there's no credible evidence to back the claims that people are making about criminal complicity. Of course, having heard the person that spoke to you before, we can only say that there is evidence to the contrary, that, you know, that people actually are bringing. But how difficult was it for you to do this investigation? Because this is a lot of money. These are dangerous people, and they don't step back from doing the worst to people who want to expose them.
Yes, it was very scary. I mean, even just getting access into those buildings, you know, people, residents themselves were very reticent to speak to us. No one wants to be found saying the wrong thing. So there's a lot of secrecy and fear. And of course, as our ex-hijacker was explaining, there's intimidation involved. You know, people who do know something, you know, within the authorities or even outside are fearful of being identified and being killed.
That was the BBC's Ayanda Charlie. And you can watch the full Africa Eye investigation, A City Held Hostage, Johannesburg, on the BBC News Africa YouTube channel. We are in Burundi next, where people have had to endure crippling shortages of fuel, electricity, and clean water. In the biggest city, Bujumbura, small business owners say they can't keep their shops running. In the central town of Gitega, students and teachers struggle through blackouts and dry taps. Hospitals are rationing power, and the lack of clean water has fueled outbreaks of cholera. But growing anger and hardship notwithstanding, President Evariste Ndayishimiye insists that Burundians have never been so happy, and that's a direct quote. That being said, here are a few not-so-happy voices from Burundi voicing their concerns over this crisis.
We often lack electricity, causing communication to become extremely difficult. We are unable to even get lighting, and many things become unavailable. The lack of water makes it difficult to take bath, to cook, or to do laundry. We find ourselves in conditions where there is no hygiene. Regarding fuel, things have become very expensive, especially transportation. A little journey that used to cost very low money now costs us a lot of money. This makes essential goods very expensive.
We, ordinary citizens who do small jobs, are suffering. For example, we struggle to buy goods purchased from the countryside because the prices become very high as a result of fuel scarcity, making it impossible for people to afford basic goods. Electricity is another big problem. Many of us depend on small businesses. For example, someone running a small cafeteria buys milk to sell, but when the power goes off, the milk spoils and must be thrown away, causing huge losses.
The lack of water triggers various waterborne diseases like cholera. Even fruits we are supposed to wash before eating, our children end up eating them without washing. This is a problem. Also, communication is very difficult. People who will bring milk for me to buy, I sometimes fail to exchange with them because they cannot reach me by phone. Transportation is also a struggle. I spend a long time waiting for buses to get to work, and I often arrive very late.
So what's behind these shortages? I've been speaking to a Burundi-based journalist who wishes to remain anonymous, so his answers have been voiced over by one of our producers.
Since the situation has unfolded, the country's leaders have been saying that it is because there is no foreign currency. They say that because we don't have foreign currency to purchase or to import the fuel. So now it is very difficult to get it.
Right, so it's a lack of foreign currency. And why is there a lack of foreign currency in Burundi?
So it is still unclear why the country has not foreign currency. But what we see is that the country does not export many things, so that they can't get foreign currency. In the previous days, some of our country's leaders told the nation to cultivate avocado so that they can sell them abroad, to export them so that the country can get foreign currency to help solve all these problems the country is facing.
And the government is not telling people what could be happening. What are they saying is happening?
The government says that there is no foreign currency to purchase the fuel. The country's leaders have been saying that since 2015, because in 2015, the country experienced mass protest. Demonstrators were on the streets against the presidential term, by the late President Pauline Nkurunziza. So the international community sanctioned Burundi as a result of human rights violations as well as violence stemming from the 2015 uprising. So foreign aid was cut off and the country started to face crisis in the economy. So when President Ndayishimiye came to power, they eventually lifted the sanctions of Burundi. It seems that the country was experiencing relief from the crisis, but we still don't see the change. And that is the question that each one of us, the people in the country, are asking. Why were the sanctions lifted, but we still see the crisis?
Give us an idea of what it's like to live in Burundi. Say you live in Bujumbura, you've got a small business, you've got 3 children who have to go to school, you have members in your family that are not well, they have to go to hospital. Just tell us, how do you navigate these shortages?
In our capital, Bujumbura, it is very difficult because people are suffering. I can give you one example. There is no internet in the country because of the telecommunication companies which supply internet to citizens. They use antennas. So when there is a power cut, they don't have electricity to power the antennas so that the internet can be accessible to everyone. In education, children face crisis. They can't get buses, so it is very difficult. And in the country, many services have been disrupted. Those who now depend on fuel, like taxi drivers, like motorcyclists, are very worried. There is no power, no fuel, no internet for a student. It is very difficult to learn online or to communicate with their relatives abroad because there is no internet. To get water, people need to hail bike riders where they give them 1,000 Burundian francs, which is less than $250. But for Burundians, it is a lot of money because imagine if you have 15 jerrycans, depending on the size of your family, it can be a lot to pay for. So people are living in such conditions in large part of Bujumbura city. Even where I live, the situation is the same. People are struggling. They don't know what to do. So that is how the situation is in the country. People are really suffering.
I believe that the government is saying, well, President Ndayishimiye claims that life is cheaper and that the people have never been happier. What do the people say when they hear the president saying that?
Yeah, this is a political rhetoric. They say President Ndayishimiye actually doesn't know what is happening because he is the president and he is not directly impacted by this crisis.
Those are the observations and experiences of a Burundian journalist who is based in Bujumbura and wishes to remain anonymous. The art establishment in Nigeria and further afield have been waiting for the opening of a new state-of-the-art museum of West African art. It was designed by David Adjaye, one of the best-known architects in Africa and indeed the world. MOA, for short, was going to be the place for African art and heritage studies. But the institution was forced to cancel preview events ahead of its grand opening after demonstrators entered the museum grounds, vandalizing property and intimidating guests. The museum was partly conceived as a future home for the Benin bronzes, the world-famous artifacts looted from the city by British forces in 1897. But a long-running dispute over who should control and display those artworks has overshadowed the Museum of West African Art. None of the original bronzes are currently housed at the museum, and the leadership has apologized for the disruption and cancelled all preview events until the situation stabilizes. The BBC's Toda Opeyemi has been filling me in, and we began with his impressions of the museum.
Standing in the middle of MOA's vast courtyard, the atmosphere felt charged. It was as if something momentous was about to begin in Benin City. Inside, most of the artworks were being unveiled. Some of them were being arranged. One of the popular artworks or installations that a lot of people were anticipating for was the replicas of the Benin bronzes. It was just interesting because we were seeing a lot of the setups, a lot of the plans. We walked the floor. We saw the state-of-the-art facility, the controlled galleries, and a lot of other spaces as well. It was interesting. In Lagos art circles as well, everyone was talking about Benin. They wanted to visit the museum that was going to, in a lot of ways, house the Benin bronzes. It's a museum of West African art, MOA, in Benin City, and was supposed to open with celebration.
But that couldn't happen. Why was the preview ahead of the grand opening cancelled?
Protesters stormed the museum grounds, vandalized property, and altered a preview event that was already planned to welcome foreign guests. From the videos we saw, it showed angry crowds ordering guests and calling them names to leave, to vacate the premises. The museum has since apologized and cancelled all the activities, saying everyone was escorted safely.
Who were the protesters and what were they protesting about?
They are locals from Benin City. The protesters' anger centers on sense of exclusion, and they feel the museum does not reflect the Edo community's role or identity. Many believe the museum's name change from Edo Museum of West African Art to simply MOA, which is the Museum of West African Art, symbolized a detachment from its local roots. And it also ties to the long-running dispute over the Benin bronzes, which is also at the heart of the tension. These are artifacts looted in 1897 by the British troops from the Benin Kingdom. And MOA in particular was conceived partly as a place to eventually house returned bronzes. But disagreements between the federal government, Edo State, and the Oba's Palace, which is the king, over who should control and display the pieces have stalled that vision. And the museum itself has taken a bit of like political stance on repatriation, but a very diplomatic approach around like custodianship. And so you could see the tension there. There's the political tension around the politics of ownership and how the locals are also feeling a sense of exclusion as well. So in 2019, when the plans for the museum were announced, a lot of people and leaders within Nigeria's art and culture praised this as the ideal home to keep the repatriated Benin bronzes, just as conversations around restitutions were going on around the world. And Western museums, a lot of people were saying we're giving excuses to not return the Benin bronzes. And it's quite interesting. So the executive director of MOA, Philip Iheanacho, spoke to us, and he told us that creating a traditional museum focused on just purely showcasing objects is not what they wanted.
From the beginning, we have said we will be about the modern and contemporary. Everyone kept referring to us all the time as the museum where the Benin bronzes will go. Now, the problem with that is that we are not the owners, nor do we have any legal title to Benin bronzes.
That was Philip Iheanacho, the executive director of the Museum of West African Art. Did you speak to any of the protesters? And do you know what they've said about what Philip Iheanacho had to say?
We're not able to speak with any protesters on the ground, but we spoke to a lot of residents. A couple of them told us people feel the project has been hijacked.
It's cool that they are creating works like that to show the masses for education and whatever, but it should have been better if they have the original.
The museum statement described the unrest as linked to political disputes between past and current Edo State administrations. The museum executive director, in lots of ways, told the BBC that the backers wanted MOA to serve a broader purpose beyond Nigeria, not just heritage. So it kind of makes sense why the name changed from the Edo Museum of West African Art to MOA. And the museum has also emphasized in lots of ways that it is an independent and non-profit organization and denied political or financial ties to any administration, which is one of the things that has been coming up in terms of who funded this museum. And to give you the sense of the museum as well, it is that the museum is designed by Ghanaian British architect David Ajayi, which is very popular within the architectural scene. And the funding that's going into MOA, for example, is over $25 million.
So who are the primary funders? $25 million. It's not to be sneezed at.
Yeah, so the Nigerian partners and European partners, they have the Nigerian partners who are funded and who also sit on the board of the trust. And these are people who are invested in the art and culture scene in Nigeria.
Are they just individuals? For instance, is the Benin State, have they funded it? Has the palace funded it? Have they been part of the funding or what?
So they are individual partners. However, there is the conversation that the former governor, Obaseki, to have funded the museum as well.
That was the BBC's Toda Opeyemi in Lagos. Focus on Africa was strung together by the delicate efforts of Sunita Nahar, Mark Wilberforce, Alfonso Daniels in London, and Toda Opeyemi in Lagos. Patricia Whitehorn was the senior journalist, Jack Graysmark the technical producer. Andre Lombard and Alice Mudengi are our editors. I'm Audrey Brown, and we'll talk again next time.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
The voice of the people.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.